dancing like they up in disco. You niggas in fist pump, you stay up and dip low. You niggas stay up and get low. Heard you way up in Frisco, and you say what the heck so. Every player gets snipped nose, acting gay up in Cisco. Man, take the day off and play up at pistols, causing chaos and play up calypso. I pause in kitchens and caused addictions. I pause prescriptions and cause inflictions. Bill Bixby playing in stores and bricks and on the dark web. You gotta pause every doors, cause encryptions. Tesla engines, pause the pistons. I seen every floor I leave sore and listing. For that action, they sponsored the Bronson. They was hooked on that shit like Johnson and Johnson. That freeway, Ricky Ross, straight out of Compton, straight out of Bumpton. Red on blue, violence in the land. The projection of the will, the perfection of the kill, the reflection of the pills. I'm a frontline soldier, I'm no doja. These crystals not from focus and crypto. Diamonds is dancing like they up in disco. You niggas in fist pump, you stay up and dip low. You niggas stay up and get low. Heard you way up in Frisco, and you say what the heck so. Every player gets snipped now, acting gay up in Cisco. Man, take the day off and play up at pistols, causing chaos and play up calypso. Hickory dickory down, hit a lick, put the sticky in the box. When the blicky get hot, lick off a shot. Heavy in the meadow, we slip off a knot. Heavy in the ghetto, they crib walk a lot. Crib walk the crypto, lift off the stocks. Drips off the crystal and pots. Disco rods in the blocks on my chain from the crystal shop. In the light there, lift off the rock. Toe from the right chain on my block. White paint on my socks. White paint on my socks. Hickory dickory dock. Hit the lick, put the sticky in the box. When the blicky get hot, lick off a shot, we lick off a shot. Players in crypto, diamonds is dancing like they up in disco. You niggas in fist pump, you stay up and dip low. You niggas stay up and get low. Heard you way up in Frisco, and you say what the heck so. Every player gets snipped now, acting gay up in Cisco. Man, take the day off and play up at pistols, causing chaos and play up calypso.
Peace, family. Peace to you and yours. Peace, family. Peace to you and yours. Peace, family. Peace to you in yours. Welcome to another episode of Saturday Night Live. You are now rocking with the best. Yes, this is your host for this evening, Brother Red Pillar, reporting live and direct on this Valentine's Day, and the only Valentine that we acknowledge is Dr. Phil. You know what I'm talking about? I spent my whole Valentine's Day tapping in with Dr. Valentine. Yeah. So this, ladies and gentlemen, is the Valentine's Day Massacre from JANUS to J.A.S.O.N. You dig?
By the fantasy complex industry, hosted by the Red Pillar, a.k.a. Join us this Friday the 13th for our second installment of Imaginarium, powered by the fantasy complex industry, hosted by the Red Pillar, aka Napoleon Pill. Imaginarium is a collective of creatives, designers, developers, and world builders. We welcome you to our multiverse of unlimited potential. Why wait for Hollywood or some low-budget studio to feed your melanated minds when you are the gold mine? When the best nation is imagination. That's comment right. Imaginarium and receive your invite. Let's create the future together. After all, February is Afro Future Month.
That's right. That's right. You know what I'm talking about? Shout out to all of the Imaginarium founders, the builders. You know what I'm talking about? Shout out to everybody in the building. Shout out to everybody that has flocked over and signed up to the school. I'm going to drop a link. We have a free tier that is available for anybody that wants to be a student and come over to the Imaginarium, so you could do what? Expand your imagination. So you could do what? Expand your imagination. And do what? turn that imagination into some assets, turn that imagination into a digital product, turn your imagination into something that will be able to feed you for time immemorial. Matter of fact, we just launched the Instagram page. Let me throw the QR code on the screen so we could go ahead and tap in and become members and whatnot over there on Instagram. We'll be uploading on the gram on a daily and whatnot. You'll get to see people's outputs, people's artwork. You'll get to see all of that. You know what I mean? The founders that we have in the Imaginarium. You'll also get to see trailers. You'll also get to see shorts. You'll also get to see all of the things that we have to offer, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so let me get you that QR code. Go ahead and scan the QR code. You simply have to just put your phone up to the QR code, and then it will take you right to the site. All right, right to the Instagram page. You can sign up to Imaginarium 2026 right on IG. And for anybody that wants to be featured, all you have to do is hit me with a DM. It is not going to cost you. Hit me with a DM. We don't have we're not charging for post. Maybe in the future, like all of the other platforms have their rate sheets and whatnot. I ain't mad at the game. I play the game. But right now we're gonna have to whereas if your output, if your AI artwork, if your original artwork, this is not AI only, ladies and gentlemen. It is not AI only. We are here for artists of every single background. We are here to support artists wherever we find them. You know what I'm saying? And whatever way that they are, whatever way they're expressing themselves, then we're going to promote that. We're going to push that. We will pedestal that, and we will get that out there. So Imaginarium 2026, I'm looking for my creatives. I'm really looking for my screenwriters. Y'all are the most important people in my scopes right now. The screenwriters are the most important group of people in my scopes right now. So if that is you, screenwriter, I want you to tap in with us at Imaginarium. That is the IG page. And I also want you to tap in with us at our school. I'm gonna pull the school up real quick, and I'm gonna drop the invite for that as well. I need y'all in the building. I will be focusing primarily on the Imaginarium. I'm gonna be shutting some things down in order to start some things up. I'm going to be shutting some things down in order to start some things up, because I'm not I'm not with the juggling thing. I'm going to do things and give it the attention that it deserves. So as some things come to an end, then we're going to breathe life into new ventures and whatnot. Because one of the things that I know for sure, being over here for 20 some odd years, is that things come to an end. And you want to end on a good note. You know what I'm talking about? You want to end things on a high note, and then you got to keep on building. And then you could come back and do what needs to be done. But right now, the Imaginarium is where the full focus is going to be. Imaginarium is where the full focus is going to be. I feel very, very confident about what it is that we're doing. Very confident about the building process that we're going through, the team that we got, and also the builders that we have. I'm confident. I'm very confident. We've been having a lot of fun in these workshops and whatnot. These workshops are going to turn into workspaces. These workshops will be turning into workspaces. So look out for that as well. Let's pull up the Imaginarium. All right, boom. That's the school page, ladies and gentlemen. Let me drop the link in there. If we have mods in the building, please share this link so they could sign up and be a part of what it is that we have. This is a 90-day incubator. This is a 90-day incubator, okay? And it's broken up in 3 cycles of 30 days, okay? Because the level of work that we're here to do, the level of work that we're out here producing It's not going to take 30 days to do it. It's not going to take 2 days to do it. Okay. It's going to take a commitment of at least 90 days. But in 30-day cycles, we'll all be getting better. We'll all be getting acclimated to the tools. We'll all be the QR code is covering. Oh, can you click on that QR code? Let me see. Let me put my phone over it for the IG. Right? Boom. Okay, so that's the IG one. Let me see. This other QR code, boom, in the upper with the duck in the middle. If you click on that, that will take you to the workshop. Now, this school is not the workshop. The workshop is on Eventbrite. That's where you become a member for the 60, the 90, the 30 to 60 to 90 day workshop. Okay. This right here is the IG that you see right there big. That's free. That's the IG. The workshop, you're going to have to go through a pay gate. But trust me, the ticket that we are putting up for that, you're never going to find that on the internet. Not the level of work that we'll be doing. You will never find that. Y'all are literally getting grandfathered in to a program that is going to maybe 200x in price when this thing gets up and going. Only because fair exchange, no robbery. We're giving out thousands upon thousands of dollars worth of value with these classes and whatnot. You know what I mean? If you are in the class, one of the KTLians, if you are in the class, if you happen to be in the class, give a shout out. Let the family know the level of value that you're receiving. And we're only on session number 2, but we've been doing vibe sessions on Saturdays. We got together last Sunday. You know, we're being consistent. You know what I'm saying? The goal, ultimately, when people get their feet really centered, is that we'll be doing this 7 days out of the week. We'll be able to get together in a collective workspace in the cloud 7 days out of the week and knock some shit out, because that's what it's going to take at this point in the game. At this point in the game, we are in a precarious time. We are in a time that we all have been waiting for. Many of us, especially if you're a creator, these are the times that we've been waiting for. We actually prayed for these times. We prepared for these times. We prepped for these times. And these times are now amongst us. Imagine being at war, like in the Avengers movie, and being bombarded, and you don't have the technology to fight the war, and you're waiting for the supplies to arrive. You're waiting for recon to arrive. You're waiting for that goddamn Black Hawk helicopter to come through with your reinforcements. Well, you see that you see Imaginarium spinning in the cosmos right there. You know what I'm talking about? You see that right there? Well, that is an indicator that the times that we've been waiting for, and the tools that we've been waiting for, and the opportunities that we've been waiting for, and the window that we was waiting for is here, right in time and right in alignment with the Third Eye Atlas. I'm letting you know, ladies and gentlemen, the breakthrough has already happened. Okay? The breakthroughs have already happened. So let's get busy. Okay? Let's get busy. Do I have a link on the A game with the CMOS? Yes, it's in the description. You could go in the description and you could get the AMOS, the A game and the CMOS. All right, that is available. We also are offering affiliate programs for the CMOS. We are offering affiliate programs if you want to get paid, if you want to make some extra money, if you want to get broken off from referring the CMOS and selling it in your city, your state, or your territory. All right, cool. Hit me up. And I'm serious. Hit me up and I'm going to hook you up. Okay. So we have affiliate program offers for V-Cell CMOS, the best tasting CMOS gel in the world. Facts. I need to cut these commercials up and get them out there. Somebody said, Red, you actually are creative and draw with your hands. Is AI prompting really art? AI prompting is manifestation. It's not really art, it's manifestation. Generator, operator, destroyer, God. AI prompting is taking an idea that's in your mind, being able to articulate it, right? Because I told earlier today when we had the vibe sessions, I was suggesting I was suggesting a cheat code. I was like, yo, I think I created a formula, right? A formula, a formula, formula. And I was like, write down any download that's coming to you, any one of those great ideas that are coming to you as a download. The magic is still in writing. That is part of the ritual. It's the movement of the hands, it's the scribing and whatnot. That right there is part of the ritual. Okay, you're not just supposed to regurgitate it onto a digital platform where you're not cataloging it, or you're not documenting it, or you're not time stamping it, or you're not sigilizing it into the real world with hand. Okay, then you prompt it and send that shit into the void and it comes back. That's manifestation. That's not art. It has artistic results and whatnot, because guess what? Life is art. This whole shit is asymmetrical. It's all sacred geometry. It's all numbers and all of that. It's colors and spectrums. Life is art. God is an artist. God got a paintbrush. This is as close to manipulating the simulation and showing you that this is the matrix as you may get right now, and like with the power of it in your hands. But this is more like manifestation, so closer to what Napoleon Hill and Bruce Lipton were talking about with manifestation through the subconscious, through imagery, than it would be Picasso in his art. That's the falsehood in which they're selling it to people. It's not necessarily, it's not art, it's manifestation. So now we live in a day and time where people can manifest their work. What? I'm not working for that shit. I'm not slaving over an edited video. I'm not slaving over your birthday card, fam. You're not getting 15 hours out of me. I'm gonna put 5 minutes into that shit. Send me a payment, some shillings and whatnot. Fair exchange, no robbery. I'm out of here. Because I'm manifesting your idea in my mind. Either I could do it manually, I could put it in an app to where it's automated, because the app will have my intellectual property from me creating these prompts, right? Then you go into that app and you just press a button. Remember the beginning of this whole thing? It was an app called Lenza. Who remembers Lenza, where you could take 20 pictures of your face, upload it into an app, and then press buttons, and those pictures would turn into an astronaut, it would turn into a superhero, it would turn into a witch, it would turn into a monster, right? All of those were prompts. Those were like master prompts, or what they call mega prompts. And those mega prompts were locked in. They created a quote unquote schema of those prompts. They created an algorithm, so in so many words, of one prompt, right? In these days, it's a Claude skill, or a Chat GPT plugin, or a Gemini Gem, or a Google Opal. And then boom, once you press it, then it automatically does the prompt. You don't have to do anything. You just press it, push button, no code needed. And then boom, your results, you was turning into whatever your mind could imagine. You were turning into all different versions of you, what you would call the variations, like they showed you in Loki with Kang the Conqueror. Multiple variations of you across multiple timelines. You're visiting multiple dimensions and whatnot. And how would one be able to envision themselves unless you can see yourself, right? Either through dream, either through psychedelics, either through hallucination or hallucinogens, deep meditation or dream state, or what they would call astral travel. And then boom, now it's on your phone. Now it's on your phone. Now it's a more tangible version. You're holding your phone and you're looking at different versions of you from different timelines. Shit popping out. They send the prompt where? They send it where? Into the void. Anything and everything all at once. Where's the void? When they send the prompt, where does it go? Does anybody know where it goes? Right? The first app was called Stable Diffusion. Right around the time when Midjourney popped out, they had something called Stable Diffusion, and then it was a diffusion model, right? When you study the Kabbalah and when you study quote unquote negation and whatnot, and when you study creation stories or what they would call the creation myth, God negated himself, created the black dot then multiplies, it diffuses into man, or diffuses into something material. That is how they say creation is even created. That's how creation, that's the whole tree of life. So there's no secret and there's no mystery as to why the tree of life features more prominently than any other quote unquote motif in the world of technology, Silicon Valley, especially in this new era or this new age or this new epoch that we find ourselves in with AI, with high level technology. The Kabbalah, the tree of life, all of that shit is there. We did a whole series, and we're about to do a whole revival of those series because this iOS thing is picking up, the automated weapons of war. You just said it's difficult to see yourself as powerful, so AI helps. If that's what you heard, then I don't know what, I don't know what's going on with your hearing. I see myself as powerful by looking in the mirror. I see myself as powerful when I sit down and I doodle something. When I'm doodling. I see myself powerful when I take 1 year to complete a painting. I see myself powerful when I write a heavy ass 16 bars that I just wrote a bar the other day. I wrote some fire ass shit. You know what I'm saying? I was off the grid in the Andes mountain. This nigga was off with kids at the candy fountain. We can't be counting on the shrooms that had Bambi bouncing. I've been to Gaza. These niggas is fake gully. Huh? They sit down and pee like Jake Sully. What are we talking about? Fuck is you meaning? What are you talking about? Nigga, my shit ain't dry. Ja Rule and Coach. He told you it's murder. Don't approach, don't encroach. He threw a pillow like he saw a roach, like he saw a ghost. Irv Gotti popped out talking about it's murder. Patrick Swayze. Nigga heard hey Baldy and started acting crazy. The white folk already think we blacks is crazy. What are we talking about, fam? Huh, Brody? Huh, Brody? Huh, Brody? What is you talking about? I like that. Keep it coming. We gotta bring back this Freestyle Friday shit. What's that? More fire. More fire. Too many niggas is biting the hand. Fighting the plan. They right in the stands. Huh? They playing right into my hands. Bury them niggas right on my land. The height of my stand, the sight of my mans, the plight of my stands. The height that I'm standing, the short kings, the size of nightstands. They not taller than mic stands. Fuck you talking about? Trying to, oh man. What are we talking about? Don DeMarco? Too many niggas is biting the hand, fighting the plan. They right in the stands. They playing right in my hands. I'm burying these niggas right on my land.
The height of my stand, the sight of my mans, the plight of my stands, the height I might stand on short kings, the size of nightstands. These niggas is not taller than mic stands. What are we talking about? Huh? When I was off the grid in the Andes mountain, these niggas was off with kids in the candy fountain. We can't be counting on the shrooms that had Bambi bouncing. Huh? I've been to Gaza. These niggas is fake gully. And they sit down to pee like Jake Scully. How you the head designer and that's a fake Scully? What? Brody? Talking about?
To this day.
Don't play
to
with
this
me.
day.
My fucking hand and my bars, nigga. Don't play with me because I'm playing with the AI. I'm tinkering with the tools, nigga, and you getting upset. You niggas getting intimidated. Have a seat, nigga. Brosy, talk to these niggas.
Girl, not just AI, not just bio.
Nah, not yet. Another episode. Let's go ahead and do the roll call. Because that's what we didn't do. Let's do the roll call. Let's turn it up on the roll call. Let's get it going. It's Saturday Night Live, my niggas. This is not Melanin Monday. Melanin Monday is laid back. This is Saturday Night Live. We're supposed to turn up. You know what I'm talking about? Let's go. The fuck? We got Charleston in the building. Shout out to Charleston. Bangkok in this bitch. Bangkok in here. Yeah, Hawaii in here. Huh? Mississippi, the mound builders. Huh? Mississippi, we got Brick City. We got Shreveport. We got Kansas City. We got Richmond, Virginia, Inktown, we got San Jose, huh? Hey, Baldy, Stanford in the building, Toledo in the building, we got Detroit in the building, Minnesota in the building, Vegas in the building, Gary, Indiana, Stanford, Connecticut, Mississippi. These niggas thought the ayahuasca is supposed to make you a fucking monk, bro. They thought ayahuasca is supposed to neutralize and domesticate niggas. Y'all need to go read some books. Huh? The ayahuasca bring the fangs out, nigga. The ayahuasca brings the fangs out. Dallas, Texas, Vegas. It lifts the veil. It lifts the veil. It lets you see the fake shit and you attack. You turn into a jaguar. The ayahuasca turns you into a jaguar. Oakland in this bitch. Blue Mountains in this bitch. Norfolk in this bitch. Chicago in this thing. Cali in this thing. Ireland is here. Houston is here. Vegas is here. Crystal clear like Brick City. SC. Chicago. Where we at with it? What up, though? We got Youngstown, Ohio in the building. Shout out to everybody is here. Look, as I said before, we are going to push the lecture back, right? We are pushing the lecture back to the 28th, okay? And me and Blue, when we come through, we're going to deliver something for the family that is going to be one of our most powerful demonstrations to this day, because this is our life's work right here. We've been doing this for a very long time. This is something that we've been doing for. We didn't just start this shit. This is our life's work. This is a part of our quote unquote demonstration and whatnot. I'm not watching nobody. I don't know what nobody else is doing, and it doesn't matter. This is our works, so we're gonna complete our works. Okay, We're gonna complete our works. So I'm very elated. I'm honored to get this shit going and to cook this meal and whatnot. There's so much going on around the world, and it's the vindication is just, man, the level of vindication that's taking place is crazy. So yeah, we're gonna let this shit do what it do. And when the end of the month hit on the 28th, then we're gonna do what we gotta do. We are gonna deliver a classic. I do want to remind you, ladies and gentlemen, that we've been doing this year after year after year. Like, this is something that this is almost like a ritual for us. The When in Rome series is a spiritual ritual. You know what I mean? Don't judge me. We do things a little bit different and whatnot. Our rituals are in the form of our lectures, because as twins and twin pillars and whatnot, when we got our reading, when we got our assignment many moons ago, right, it already told us the power of the tongue. It already told us what we were here to do. It already told us how we were going to shake up the matrix. We're not doing this shit. We're not freestyling. We're not doing this with our fingers crossed, my niggas. We already know what it is. We already got the clearing. The ancestors already sat us down. They already prepared us. Okay? They already told us what we was going to be doing. The big dogs. Here I'm talking about the big dogs, the ones that are in the universe right now looking over us. You feel me? The ones that are washing shit up the minute somebody crosses the motherfucking line. I shit you not. Okay? Those ancestors, the ones that protect, the ones that put in that work. You know what I mean? When niggas is asleep, the ones that pop up in your motherfucking dreams. Those ancestors. You know what I'm saying? The ones that say you're going to get this work. Yeah, those were the ones that put us on this path. Nobody else. Nobody else. Nobody else. We're not here on no nigga's ticket, my nigga. Nobody, we're not here on that type of time. Sorry. Sorry. Okay? So the work that we're here to do is the work that we're doing. You feel me? And we can stand on that. I don't give a fuck what nobody think we should be doing or where we would be and all of this stupid shit. Yeah, why don't you get yourself hot, nigga? But this is what we do. Okay? This is what we do. While the whole world is doing it right now, it's a beautiful thing to see. But this is what we do. This is what we do. I'm taking this Epstein shit personal. That's on the island of my ancestors. My uncle Spencer, who brought me and pointed out Epstein Island, he's no longer here. He is an ancestor. And when he was alive and he was showing us Epstein's Island in 2018, I could hear it in his heart how much he wanted that place to be exposed and get burnt down and whatnot. I could hear it in his voice. Okay? You got to remember, the ghost of these colonizers, it still exists on these islands and whatnot, and it still haunts the people on the islands. They've been going through this Jason Voorhees shit for hundreds and hundreds of years. It's just now that a lot of people are being exposed to what's taking place. And it just so happens that St. James Place happened to be in the Caribbean. That bitch could have been in motherfucking Europe somewhere, in off Greenland. You know, it could have been tucked away wherever, but it just so happens to sit right there in the Virgin Islands between St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John's. And you already know, even before Epstein got out there, it was a lot of fuckery going on that island. Way before Epstein, they just were able to hide on those islands because them islands they've been trafficking children. They've been abusing children. You feel me? When you go into these places, that are taking advantage with sex tourism, with child prostitution, with all of these things and whatnot. They kind of normalized it in that little nest in the Caribbean between like DR, PR, St. Croix, and all of the other surrounding islands and whatnot. You know, people been on vacation all their life on boats. People been in vacation on resorts. People been in vacation near waterfalls, and y'all seen old white men that look like Jimmy Savile and whatnot with little children, and y'all turned the cheek like MLK. Didn't even do a citizen's arrest. Didn't ask no questions. Didn't ask the child to blink twice and whatnot. You got the Angelina Jolies with black children on leashes and whatnot. You got Madonna with black babies and boys in dresses and whatnot. Nobody said nothing. Y'all tucked your tail and shut the fuck up. Real talk. Niggas looked at their chancletas and ain't say a word. You ain't boss up. Niggas didn't commit. They didn't do no set it. They didn't rescue nothing. So the mayonnaise meltdown is not real. The cocoa bread meltdown is not real. All of this shit, the pineapple meltdown is not real. Niggas just been watching and giving them a pass. Nah, that's a rich white man. We can't say nothing because they might knock us off. They might knock us off while you listening to drill music and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Living vicariously through fucking Chief Keef and whatnot. But like I said before, if you really was riding for niggas and they knocked your mans in them off, your ass would go, you would even the score on some Kurt Cobain shit. Niggas is like, yo, niggas found out Kurt Cobain got knocked off. What you gonna do about it? That's your mans in them. Y'all really ride for Kurt Cobain. So what's up? Like, what's popping? What you finna do? Are you gonna even the score with Courtney, my nigga? Or you gonna wait for her to get locked up? You know what I'm saying? You waiting for her court date, nigga. Like, yeah, these stars be putting on for people that won't do nothing for them.
You want to know how deep slavery ran in America?
That's why, as much as they say what they want to say about the YNs, them niggas will put in pain for their loved ones. That's a trait that everybody, I would say, 1% of the population only still have that.
And 3 of his famous colleagues were all working on a documentary called The Silent Children, which was going to expose children being human trafficked and the sexploitation of it all. Interestingly enough, all of them took their lives in a type of way within the span of 2 years. Avicii allegedly died from SUIC, that word. Chester Bennington from Linkin Park, he was a lead singer. He also died from the same S word. Chris Cornell also died from the S word. Anthony Bourdain also died from the S word. And mind you, all 4 of these men who were working on this documentary all died within the span of 2 years. So Chris Cornell was the one who was funding this. He's one out of the 4 people who are working on this. And one of the article reads, Avicii, Chester Bennington, Anthony Bourdain, and Chris Cornell all committed S while working on a documentary called The Silent Children about widespread pedo/trafficking, but the project was canceled after Cornell's death. Who funded it? I'm gonna look into this more, but supposedly there's a Linkin Park in Canada, and guess what it is? It's a military base where they experimented and tortured children. It's called Linkin Park in Canada. I'm gonna get back to you guys on that. I need to do some more digging, but the 4 deaths are extremely concerning on the timeline of when it happened and what they were working on together.
So their fans, right, who know everything about everything else, they internet sleuthing about everything else. I give it to the fans to where they're like, something seems strange. You don't say.
You don't find that suspicious?
You don't say. And they staying on top of the story, but you know, they need to get on a Scooby-Dooby-Doo and crack the case and get some get back. If that's their loved ones. If they really, I mean, 4 super duper popular, this the front singer of a goddamn multi-platinum band. It's Anthony fucking Bourdain.
So when you put your neck out there against these very powerful networks, you are signing a warrant. And if you're not being protected by the same people that your ass is putting your neck out there to protect, when it's all said and done, Linkin Park did a whole thing with Jay-Z. This Jay-Z reckoning is hitting real heavy and hard for all my Brooklyn niggas. I'm a Brooklyn. I got to come to terms with some things too when it comes to Sean Carter, y'all.
Whether Jay-Z knows it or not, he's a puppet. The old money ruling class types see him as a means to sap all radical sentiment from a group of people who would otherwise be pushing for revolution.
So we're going to get to that real quick. What do you think about Twitch from the Ellen show? She was talking about pizza. Okay, now, KT Aliens, when DJ Twitch, right, allegedly went to a hotel and unalived himself. DJ Twitch, who was married to Erica Kirk. He was married to a Erica Kirk. He was married to an Erica Kirk. There's a type. There's a type of narcissistic, quote unquote, personality disordered, delulu type of white gal. Okay. And he was married to one. Said he went to the hotel, schmotel. It was like a Holiday Inn, and blew his brains out. Okay. The wife gets remarried. She's on Tinder a week later, right? She's out there. Then she puts a damn book out defaming the man. Okay. Act weird from day one. And Ellen DeGenerate, right? She packs up. She takes her ass to Luxembourg or whatever the fuck she went. Okay. She's on a run somewhere. Gave the nigga like one tweet and was out. He's her executive producer. DJ Twitch, a brother, the one who was dancing and shit, dancing, happy feet ass nigga. The one who helped her dance, right? Dancing at the Diddy parties. Taught her how to move her two left feet. DJ Twitch. Yeah, wild suspect. They need to reopen that one. Okay? Wild suspect. We need to put the AI on the fucking case. You know what I mean? Because obviously the AI is out here cracking cases. A lot of shit is getting solved suddenly, as you can see. Don't think that the AI is not involved with that, because they just put out a plugin for Claude. They sent Claude to get Maduro. We're going to talk about it. They got the goddamn president using AI. They use Claude to go get the goddamn fraud, nigga. I wrote that down too. They got Claude to get the boy. That's a fact. You know? That's what happened. Claude. So let's continue with the reckoning of Mr. Sean Carter.
And to be honest, we been knew this. But it just got confirmed in an email from the files where the CEO of Barclays stated, and I quote, "The group that should be in the streets has been bought off by Jay-Z." It is crazy satisfying to have the confirmation that the ruling class is talking about you like that. They in them emails sounded like some super villains. But the Jay-Z thing, it comes as no surprise because he has been a sellout capitalist since he stepped over Colin Kaepernick kneeling to do a deal with the NFL. He had also invested in ankle monitors, so the prison industrial complex. So he's been showed us who he was. But I'm not gonna lie, this confirmation has made me reevaluate his entire music career. Like, how long has he been a puppet? During the Cold War, the CIA funded the abstract expressionism art movement because it promoted this anti-authoritarian individualist culture that was needed to combat this global rise of socialism from affecting America. It was a psyop with an attempt to link the art to American values. That has been every Jay-Z and Beyonce album since he started wearing a suit. Black excellence, respectability, pulling yourself up by your bootstraps. All which boil down to black capitalism, a ploy by Richard Nixon himself. Was Jay-Z the original industry plant?
Did Beyonce put out any tweets? We still waiting to hear from her. No Beyonce tweets, y'all. My beehives. Where's the Navy at? My navies. Did Beyonce put a tweet out yet? Just waiting to hear. Did she say God bless the survivors? Get in formation? Anything? You know? Because she is about women empowerment, and women need some power right now, right? Because they're going through it. Did she say anything? Yeah.
Were they artificially inflating his music, his numbers, his career for their own agenda? These are genuine questions.
Like, when he dropped that question, I was like, wow. How, Sway? I was like, how didn't I see it, right? Remember the partnership that he got in with Liar Cohen, who I want to see if Liar is he's in the 3 million emails that they're hiding. I want to know what record executives were in the file. I know that they have all of these new apps that came out where you could run through the files. I know Ian Carroll came out with an app so you could run through the files easier. They have Y-mail and shit. I want to know what hip-hop record executives on the Gooish side is in the files. I know Liar has to be there. He's too close to proximity of evil to not be there. So with the Weinstein connection that Hove had, it will be easier for him to get fluffed up, puffed up, inflated, right? So 97 all the way up to Ether, and whatnot. We have a secret indictment. We have possible quote unquote industry planting. We got to go back from 96 because I remember Jay-Z came in 91 and then he was slowly bubbling, and then when Biggie died, then they rushed his ass to the front of the line past DMX and a few others. Okay, but if this man right here, we could show that Weinstein was connected to him in the 90s versus early 2000s, then your ass got a case. You know what I mean? Because it would be the connection from Liar to Harvey. That might be the bridge from Liar, or it was Liar working some of his back end Gooish connects to get Jay into the front of the line. That's where that's where, and then you hear Ether, and he's getting exposed by Nas in the Ether diss as being this type of plant or this type of Rockefeller, what would they call a walk-in? Okay, serving the agenda of the elites, serving the agendas of the elites to do what? To promote simply crack. Nothing else. Everything else was an extra. Just the crack alone. Just crack alone. That's it. Because it was crack the majority of the career, and then that went away. But it was crack, my niggas. That's all. That the crack did enough. Okay? DMX was on crack. Jay-Z was selling crack, right? Allegedly. So that is enough. Everything else is extra credit. Everything else is extra credit.
let's get into the presentation, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into from Janus to motherfucking Jason. All right, from Janus to Jason. This is Act 4. Okay, this is Act 4. Let us go to the definition of Janus. All right. This is from our trusted friends over there at Open AI. I hope nobody gets upset because it's Open AI, Chat GPT. You know, don't report this video, okay, to the motherfucking analog police. Don't judge me. Janus, the god behind January, the keeper of beginnings and endings. The month we now call January takes its name from Janus, one of the most ancient and mysterious figures in Roman spirituality. Unlike most Roman gods borrowed from Greece, Janus is uniquely Roman, right? Uniquely Roman. So always keep in mind that the power and the energy is going to Roman gods. Okay, first and foremost, they're going to the Roman gods. Okay, Caesar bourgeois, right? They say Rome never fell. Okay, it just switched up, and the gods are still being worshipped. The gods are still being fed, right? The gods are still being taken care of. Okay, as you can see, they're not lacking. I don't the Roman gods, they're not in lack. Okay, they're being taken care of. Their sacrifices being done to them a lot. He is the god of thresholds, doorways, transitions, time shifts, and beginnings. And symbolically, he never faces only one direction. Janus has two faces, y'all. Anybody acted two-faced with you in January? You seen the face of two niggas in January? Has anybody showed two sides of them, two extremes in January? Did you see the snake come out of a nigga in January in Janus? Huh? Did anybody pull their mask off in Janus and show you their fucking fangs? Janus has two faces, one looking backwards, one looking forward. He watches both what has passed and what is yet to come. So January is not just the first month, it's the cosmic doorway between cycles. So while people wrestle and they argue about, it's not the New Year's, fam, I'm not coming outside. You wasn't outside anyway. But anyway, we're not even wrestling about what we're wrestling. We're more focused on what Janus is now that we're in it. We're more focused on the goddess Janus. We're more focused on the energy of January. We're more focused on the death season of winter. That would be the focus. Every ritual in ancient Rome began with Janus. Every journey invoked Janus. Every new political or military action started with Janus. Let's be clear. So the files drop in Janus. The chaos magic begins in Janus. The Magi start MAGA and the Magus starts his magic in January. Okay, they invade Venezuela in January. A lot of things pop off in Janus, right? Right on the heels of Janus, the last day of Janus is when the files drop, ladies and gentlemen. Think of Janus not as a door, but as the hinge between the door and the threshold, right? Think of it as that. Janus is the doorway. It's the hinge. So all rituals begin with Janus. The journeys. I happen to take my journey in Janus, and I did that on purpose after studying Janus and realizing this is the best time to go on my hero's journey. He ruled doors, gates, city entrances, contracts, time transitions, Births of new eras. The famous temple of Janus in Rome had doors that remained open during war and closed only during peace. Since Rome was always at war, the doors were rarely shut, making peace itself sacred and rare. The esoteric meaning of Janus as time itself. In deeper symbolism, Janus isn't about just doors. He represents past and future existing at once. The present moment is the doorway where both meet. So people are having these quote unquote revelations and whatnot, these aha moments, these quote unquote epiphanies about what took place in history now that they're exposed as to what was taking place in this history. Because remember, the Epstein files is giving light as to what was going on over the past 30 some odd years. The Diddy files. Are there anything called the Diddy files? There's the Diddy trial. You don't hear no big thing about the Epstein trial, right? There's no Epstein trial lore. There's Diddy trial, but there's not Diddy files. So what do you think might happen if they ever release 1 million Diddy files? His emails, his pictures. Remember, I was telling everybody before, that whole cachet of that evidence that never got leaked yet. That's not in the public sphere. Be ready for that coming out one day. Okay? As a humiliation ritual, as blackmail, as the further fall of Babylon, just keeping in alignment with Neptune being in Aries. That shit is gonna drop. Facts. All things are coming out, y'all. This is the great apocalypse. This is the unveiling. This is the veils being lifted. There's no secrets that are going to be able to be hidden leading up to 2030, especially with technology the way that it is. These fucking claw bots and everything. Everything is about to come out on Front Street. Facts. And it's going to happen in ways that people never expected. And it's going to happen so swift and so fast that look, the Janus started with a fucking dump of 3 million files that are the equivalent of a deluge. It's a deluge of satanic activity. It's a deluge of toxicity. It's a deluge of malefic forces. It's a deluge of dark magic. It's a deluge of sacrifices to Moloch. It is a deluge. The same floods that I was showing you when I showed you that the great estate was flooding and whatnot. The symbolic gesture of what you're seeing and whatnot is this shit is underwater, is being washed. Okay? What does the water represent? The water represents a motherfucking beginning and an end, like Janus, past and the future. So, the present moment is the doorway where both meet. So we're dealing with the past. We're dealing with slavery. That's coming up a lot. Doctrine of discovery is coming up a lot. What they did to the Indians is coming up a lot. What they did to the Arawak and the Taínos is coming up a lot. What they did in Latin America is coming up a lot. With the Bad Bunny shit, then that's giving rise to colonialism. What actually happened? Why these niggas look? Why they look like that and they sound like that? You know, where's the black people in the Bad Bunny presentation? Why are they all the way in the back? Who are they? Why are they in the kitchen? In the back of the bedroom? Who's the abuela? Why is she darker? What's her story? Like, all of that shit is coming out. Yeah, all of that is coming out. Death and birth. Every ending contains the seed of a beginning. Something is ending and something is being born. What exactly that is, I can't necessarily tell you at this very moment. Even if I knew, it is not for me to say, because, you know, we have to have the gender reveal and the baby got to be born in order for you to start celebrating. I'm not about to give up the gender reveal. That's not my, you know what I mean? We got to let them pop the balloon and shit like that. And then you still got to wait for the baby to come out to make sure that the baby is healthy, the mother is healthy. Then we celebrate. But something is being birthed.
Janus represents conscious awareness at the threshold. So when people try to downplay shit and when people try to act all pompous and be like, oh, you know, this is just another distraction. Carry on, carry on. No, niggas. No, this is part of Neptune and Aries. Let's stop using ego when things are taking place, and let's stop trying to dismiss shit that's going on that is happening esoterically, exoterically, metaphysically, right? It is in perfect alignment with the signs of the times. Okay. It's a part of the procession of the equinox. This shit was prophesized. It was written. Okay. So Janus stands at occult wise, right? Occult interpretations. We did the esoteric. So the occult, guardian of portals. Occult philosophy views reality as layers or gates. Occult philosophy views realities as layers or gates. Janus stands at the spiritual initiation thresholds, consciousness shifts, life transformations. Before entering a new gate, one meets Janus. Remember, if you go back into your apps, if you go back into Facebook history and whatnot, the shit that you was doing in 2025 January, and you're like, God damn, I started a journey all the way back then, and then I was on such a hero journey that when I look back on it, I say to myself, damn, that was a year ago? Shit. That was a year ago. You know how much stuff took place in this journey that I'm on? You know how many battles I've endured? You know how many plot twists that there was in this walk? You'll look at pictures from January 2025 and you literally set it off. You literally got this shit shaking and whatnot. You literally jumped off the motherfucking porch and went on this went on these journeys and whatnot through either the underworld, the overworld, the inner world, right? You know, but so much has happened in that movie. It's almost like watching one of these movies, these classical movies. The way that it starts is so much happening in the midst of the movie before we get to the ending. We forget the beginning. Gotta rewatch that shit. That's what Janus represents. This year, when we hit motherfucking J.A.S.O.N, this shit is not even gonna look. You think it's crazy right now. You think it's chaos right now. You think it's up right now. When we hit J.A.S.O.N, it's gonna look crazier. Maybe in a great way. Depending on how we write our narrative. Because we control the conversation. Always have, always will, right? The more we overstand it, even the more sharper the results become. The double self. Some traditions interpret Janus as the past self, the future self, meeting in the present, meaning to move forward, you must face what you have been. Now, truth be told, you know, outside of whatever I might say, because, you know, I play a hard line and whatnot, and it is what it is. I remember even being on my retreat recently, and people were telling me, you know, you need to lighten up, right? I was with 60 Europeans, mind you, right? And it was all good, but they were like, you need to lighten up. You know, you're holding on to a lot. I'm like, yo, granted, I hear you and everything, right? But what I won't be doing is I won't be lightening up around people that I don't really know like that. Okay. And I'm millions of miles. I feel like I'm millions of miles away from home. There's no lighting up. My motherfucking guards are up. I'm gonna have my swords with me. Okay. I'm not lighting up. Okay. And I'm not smiling. So I'll play along, but I'm not getting along. That's just how it is. I'm from Brooklyn. We just built a little bit differently. You know what I'm talking about? You got to win our trust. You got to earn our respect. I'm not just going to be showing my teeth. I'm not going to lighten up. No, I'm not doing that. And then I found out that Neptune was in Aries, and it really began to make sense. And it really began to make, oh, we're entering into the era of the warrior. Oh shit, no, we're entering into we're leaving victimhood and we're going into warriorhood. Oh, yeah. We're not lighting up. No. Yeah, bring the floods. Yeah. This is not a peace meeting. We're not doing that. That wasn't the energy that I was getting when I was on the medicine. That wasn't what it was telling me. It didn't tell me to lighten up. You know what I'm talking about? That wasn't the message that was coming through the plants, my nigga. It did not say to lighten up. It said to turn up. That's what it told me. It told me to turn up. But it told me also that if I don't tame my flames, I could burn up. It did say that. It said to tame your flames or your ass will burn up. But turn up. But just make sure that you don't tip over the, make sure you don't burn up. And I understand that part. But this was before the Epstein files came out. I would have been like that nigga in the airport if I was in the jungles and the fucking Epstein files dropped on my phone up. Y'all niggas is dead. I would have been in Bogota wilding. I'm glad they got me out of there before they dropped these files. I'd have been no, I was upset. My spirit, my ancestors is upset. They showed me some of the things that took place in these islands, on these lands, on that territory that they call the Great Estate. No, I'm sorry. We need answers. The people that are over there who are suffering, and they might not even realize what suffrage is. They need answers. So I'm just glad that a lot of answers. These white folks are going through a reckoning right now. The mayonnaise meltdown is real. Going all the way back to I say I play a hard line sometimes. I play my hard line. However, for those who don't play the hard line, y'all could go ahead and y'all have y'all friends and your colleagues, and they're going through their awakening and their reckoning right now. Okay, it's a beautiful thing to see. I guess they're telling the truth to an extent. You know what I mean? They're emoting, they're revealing. Because healing is revealing. So you got white folks telling on white folks, just like Noble Drew Ali said that they would. I'm glad that I'm alive to see it. So many people that ain't here to see this fucking work. Man, I wish I could bring niggas back. I wish niggas could see, like, man. White folks telling on each other. That's a good sight to see. It's entertainment. It's definitely better than what we went through with the psychological bombardment of trauma since 2012, leading up to like 20 some odds, 2024, 5. When they were cooking our people with all of these experiments that Meta and Epstein and Novak was doing. Ooh, wait till I get into that. Not tonight. Mind you, ladies and gentlemen, when we get into this presentation, this is what I was going to be presenting tomorrow. But I know that that's going to be old information by the end of the month. So I'm putting that out right now, right? I'm going to throw this up here right here because I got a lot of people that was hitting me up about Cash App. This right here is my Cash App, right? And I don't pander and I don't panhandle and I damn sure don't shake no cup around here. But what I'm about to present tonight is a lecture. I'm literally doing a lecture on a Saturday tonight that I was supposed to do tomorrow. And I'm going to do a brand new one at the end of the month. So I definitely need y'all to put some love
on the motherfucking board and whatnot. The best nation is a donation, and the support is counted in dollars. I don't do flattery. I don't do pats on the head. I don't do hugs, pats on the back, and take a picture with me type shit. That's not how, that's not my give back, because I give a lot. I'm going to just sit that right there and turn the light on, and I'll be right back. Y'all hit up that Cash App, and let's get to motherfucking work, y'all. For real. That's a love offering. That's because I ain't have Cash App in about 2 years. You know what I mean? I'm back on the motherfucking grid. I'm back with Jack Dorsey. He heard me talking about him. He sent me a Cash App. You know what I'm talking about? Jack Dorsey heard me talking. He hold on, get the pill right, man. Take care. Yeah, send him a Cash App, man. Get him an account. You know what I mean? We can't keep the guard out here like that. So yeah, that part. This will come up. This will come up before the show is over. Yes, it will. Okay. This will come up before the show is over. Let's get back. Thank you, Cash. Thank you, Lakeisha. All right. I appreciate that. I really do. You know what I mean? Good looking. Okay. Let's go. So before we even begin, who has bared witness to the, thank you, Megan. Thank you. I appreciate y'all. That's love. Y'all seen these 4-hour shows. Y'all seen what we've been doing. We ain't say nothing about anything. You feel me? All we want y'all to do is be in the building when the lecture goes down. Because let me show you when we doing these lectures in these 4 hours, this is what we're not doing. I'll give you an idea of what it is, what's being done. Let's see. You know, you get the little knocks on the door. Hey, Daddy, you finish your lecture? Right? This is what we do it for. Okay? This is who we do it for. And when I'm doing 4 hours, I'm doing 4 hours away from him and the other little ones. That when I do my 4 hours, 3 hours, and when I'm doing the research to do the 4 hours, which is about an 8-hour thing, I'm neglecting the little ones. This is a mirror. This was like 15 years ago, right? I hadn't seen my son in damn near a whole year because I was in Atlanta putting on for Atlanta in 2011. I didn't see my own child for a whole year because I told his mother I gotta lock in, and I'm not gonna lose this fucking dream of mine. I'm locking in, and I locked in so hard, right, that I broke through. Okay, I did that, but I had to sacrifice being with my child. That's some of the things that people don't be realizing. The work this ain't no regular work that we putting in. There's sacrifice that's coming with this shit. You feel me? These babies, they don't even want us to do shit like this. That's why you have these children, they be mad at their parents and whatnot. Y'all see the children that be with the lecturers, they all look angry. Not maybe when they little, but when they grow up, they be looking resentful. Okay? And what is that about? That is because they know what their parent, and this is not me. This is what I've realized, and this is what I've seen in other elders. The children would say, my father sacrificed all of his personal time for my family to teach people who didn't even appreciate him. So I don't like my father. I don't like my mother because they chose this damn community over me. That's what I heard them say. If I'm lying, I'm flying. Somebody said, is that what happened to Khalid Muhammad's son? No. That Khalid Muhammad's son was told by Khalid Muhammad that you have two choices, son. You could either get into the finances
and secure yourself with some moolah and some money, because that would be the only thing that could protect you if I'm dead and gone. Or you could follow my footsteps. But if anything were to happen to me, son, if anything were to happen to me, son, they're going to take your life. That's what he told his son. And his son made the decision that he would never turn back around. After he made the decision to go ahead and to get a bag, he was like, once I make the decision, I can't say later on, oh yeah, I want to teach a lesson about what my daddy had taught. I want to be a Black Panther. I want to be a revolutionary. No, he made the decision to be an entrepreneur. And by doing that, he became Farrah Gray. I talked crazy when I was in Harlem, and I didn't understand his backstory. I thought he just sold out. I thought he just turned his back on his father, who at that time was one of the most powerful figures in the movement at that time. But he did not. His father warned him that there's snakes in the motherfucking grass. And if I'm not here to protect you, the son bears the brunt of the father. When I make transition, I gotta hide my children, bro. That's how much motherfucking vipers, that snakes in the grass that I got around me and whatnot. If anything were to happen to me, I have to hide my fucking children, bro. Because what they can't do to me, they'll try to do it to my children. And I've seen that happen to mad people on occasion. My children will have to go underground. Dead ass. And it would be the niggas who you think, oh no, I thought they was cool. Nigga, I'm not cool with nobody. Fuck you talking about? I'm not cool with nobody, nigga. Don't be fooled. Nigga, do not be fooled. Don't be fooled by the illusions, nigga. We putting on a light show. Okay? Do not be fooled. I got one twin brother and a younger brother and a mother named Annette Thomas. That's who I came here with. No disrespect to anybody, but shit, they'll tell you the same thing when it comes to them. They know what it is. Nigga, this is the Coliseum. This is the Coliseum. Do not be fooled. Okay? Don't be fooled. This is not no kumbaya, we the people. No, nigga, that's not what this is. This is the Game of Thrones. This is the Game of Thrones. Please don't be fooled. We put on a great show. Everybody plays nice, but this is the Game of fucking Thrones. It's vicious out here. Niggas is plotting on killing niggas as we speak. Do not be fooled. It's a great fucking game that everybody plays and whatnot. But please understand, if you slip up and they could take you out, they're going to take you out, bro. They are going to take you out. They want your, whatever they want it, and they'll take it. You got to be on point. You can't be slipping out here. The minute, the day you forget that, you are fooled. I did not make it this far by playing none of those stupid ass games. My enemies are not here anymore, bro. And if anybody wants to join that list, please sign up, nigga. My enemies are not here. If niggas want to go talk to my enemies, they know where they got to go. They know where the fuck they got to go to have a word with them. So this shit is not, I promise you. I promise you, the niggas that was talking crazy about me, where they at? Go and go holler at your mans in them. Spiritual warfare is off the fucking chains in this world. Higher principalities. You see what happened to Kurt Cobain? Nigga, you see what happened to Kirk, my nigga? The jealous ones is out here. You see what happened to Kirk, nigga?
Did you know an entire royal dynasty was wiped out during a...
Look at this shit.
An entire royal dynasty was wiped out during a single dinner party? In 750 CE, the Abbasids had just overthrown the Umayyad Caliphate after years of brutal civil war. But instead of hunting down survivors, they sent a surprising invitation. 80 Umayyad princes were invited to a grand reconciliation feast in Damascus. The message was clear: let's make peace and share power. The princes arrived cautiously, but the Abbasids welcomed them with elaborate hospitality. Wine flowed freely, exotic dishes were served, and speeches about unity filled the air. But as the evening progressed, the princes noticed something chilling. Armed soldiers had quietly surrounded the dining hall. Suddenly, the Abbasids gave a signal, and clubs came down on every prince. Leather covers were thrown over the still-breathing bodies. Then the Abbasid leaders calmly continued their meal, eating directly on top of the dying men below. By dawn, 90 years of Umayyad rule was finished, and the Abbasids would control the Islamic world for the next 500 years.
So the Umayyad dynasty were like the Umayyad dynasty would be the Black Arabians and whatnot. This is the Red Wedding right here. This is where that's why I told you that the Game of Thrones is a Moorish saga. That is the Red Wedding right there. They took the Red Dinner and turned it into the Red Wedding. Okay. They wiped out the Umayyad dynasty. There was one Umayyad dynasty over in the Caliphate. That's how they broke off Al-Andalus from Iraq and Baghdad and whatnot. Them niggas, the Arabs came in and wiped their asses out. The Arabs came in and wiped them out, right? And then killed 90 princes and whatnot. And then threw covers over them and ate on top of them, right? Now, no niggas did no shit like that, right? You know that wasn't no black, that wasn't no melanated Arabs that did that. That wasn't no South. That was the Oppingtons, right? Dynasties wiped out dynasties back then, right? And took over. Dynasties wiped out dynasties. That's why they didn't give the Moors over in Europe were kind of like landlocked. They couldn't get no help coming from the Abbasids and everything, because once they murdered their bloodline, they basically was like, y'all niggas is over there on y'all own, and if y'all even think about coming to Africa, we gonna wipe you out. You know what I mean? They were trying to they were trying to kill Umar, the king, one of the last Umayyads. They were trying to kill him relentlessly. Okay, we got to know the history. So yeah, let us continue about Janus. Janus opens up the door, because wait till you hear about February, right? Janus is the gatekeeper of transitions. Janus, as in Jason and the Argonauts, a hero seeking the golden fleece. Symbolically, Janus opens the door. Janus walks through it on hero's quest. One is the threshold, one is the journey. January's hidden message. January asks, what are you leaving behind? What future are you stepping into? What version of yourself stays in last year? Who crosses the threshold? Janus reminds us you are always standing in the doorway between identities. The occult summary of Janus energy. Janus represents time, transition, duality, initiation, transformation, past meeting future, death birthing renewal. He is the cosmic hinge of reality. Closing thought. January isn't just the start of a calendar. It's the moment where you consciously choose the direction of your becoming. Every year, Janus asks, what face will you become? So I took that decision this January, and I decided that I wanted to change my face. I decided that I wanted to look forward instead of looking behind. I wanted to break the spell of the loop that I was in every fucking January, being scared to jump off into the darkness, being afraid to go into the darkness, being afraid to go into the dark night of the soul, being afraid to go into the darkness with no flashlight. And I did it this year. I pushed forward and I went into the underworld and whatnot. And I came back with mad fucking heads in the bag, bro. You know what I mean? I was able to slay some of the demons, not all of them. You know, this is a work in progress. I'm not about to sit up here and act holier than thou. I'm a work in progress. But I'm working. I'm walking. It's a motherfucking walk. I could just say that I'm on that path. You know? So what is February? February is the month of purification, sacrifice, and hidden renewal. February is the month of purification, sacrifice, and hidden renewal. February carries some of the oldest ritual energy in the Roman calendar. While January is the doorway, February is the cleansing that prepares you to walk through it. In ancient understanding, renewal with what required purification first. We're going through a purification. Before rebirth, something must be washed away. You see the floods, right? You see all of the water coming out of nowhere. I didn't even read the Google. I didn't even read the information about the floods and the fact that scientifically none of those floods make sense. I have the information. I'm going to report. It's going to be in the lecture. None of the floods even make sense to anyone in science. Throughout that whole coast is flooding all the way from January into February. None of it makes sense. They can't even make sense of it. They can't even make sense of it. It's not lining up with anything. They're like, I don't even know where this shit came from. We can't explain it. Purification, a cleansing is taking place. The place that is holding the most illest secrets and whatnot, the great estate, that's where they're holding the most of our secrets. They had us looking towards Africa. No disrespect, nothing to take away from Africa, but the secrets are not in Africa. The secrets are not only in Africa, mind you. There are secrets in Africa. There's mystery, but they're really burying some shit over here. They're really hiding some shit the fuck over here, my niggas. They really got some hidden shit in the Americas, bro. It starts in North America and it's gonna go back into South America, even in Canada, even in Greenland, even in the Gulf of Mexico, Veracruz, the Iberian Peninsula. All of that shit is about to turn the fuck up. Yes, in Africa is wherever your sandals are at. It ain't where you from, it's where you at, right? Wherever I go is Africa. Facts. Wherever I go is Africa, my nigga. I'm gonna ignite that. I'm gonna light that flame. I will ignite whatever that pilot is. I'm gonna turn it up. I'm gonna turn the grid up. And the energy that I'm gonna bring to the grid is not Roman energy. It's Carthaginian energy. It's Moorish energy. When I take my shoes off and I touch that grid, it's not Romanistic that they're not feeling no Roman energy. Because if I go somewhere, if it get more Roman, then I'm like, all right, cool. I got that Roman shit on me. You know what I'm talking about? I'm working with that Romanistic, you know what I mean? Nigga, I'm Roman Polanski. You know? You can gauge these type of things. If you go somewhere and it's affected, it becomes more Roman, nigga, then yeah, you're Roman Polanski. But if you go somewhere and that shit starts getting real Carthaginian around you, you feel me? Shit starts acting real Hannibal Lecter like, no, Hannibal Barker like, yeah, nigga. Then that energy is permeating. You're tapped in. You're on the warrior Wi-Fi. You're on a warrior Wi-Fi. One of February's most mysterious celebrations was what? Lupercalia. Lupercalia, which is held tomorrow. This was not a polite ceremony. It was primal. Priests called Luperci ran through Rome wearing animal skins, striking women lightly with strips of goat hide. Why? Because it was believed to increase fertility, ensure safe childbirth, drive away evil spirits, cleanse the city. The ritual mixed sexuality, purification, renewal, protection. Civilization temporarily dropped its mask to reconnect with raw life force. Don't sleep with a prostitute tonight. I'm just putting it out there like that. I don't mean to be blunt. Men, do not sleep with a woman of the night tonight, tomorrow, or the next day. This sounds crazy, but you just got to say it. They will take your life force tonight. If you let somebody suck you up and finish you, my nigga, and it's not a woman of purity, and it's not a woman of quote unquote, and she has that Jezebel spirit and she's a succubus, you're gonna get cooked right now. I'm letting you know. You might be on vacation, you might got a few dollars, you niggas might be feeling frisky and whatnot. Fam, pipe down. They're doing rituals all throughout today and tomorrow, my nigga. They doing real Romanistic rituals. Look out for any type of Black Swan event, because they definitely have charged up their cauldron. They've been with the Epstein shit. Oh, they've been charging up their cauldron. So they gotta do a ritual. Erica Kirk, they gotta do a ritual. Men and women, you might want to just channel that energy into some creativity. I am not here to police your sexuality. I am not here to police your sexual energy. That is not the purpose of what I'm saying. I'm tapping into schooly red unk energy. Okay, I'm turning into a 60-year-old man right now on my schooly red shit. I'm just giving you OG wisdom. Take it for what it's worth. Okay? Take it for what it's worth. Sexually transmitted diseases are real. The succubus energy is real. The energy harvesting is real. You do not, because it's going to be hard to get that shit off of you. It's easy to get it on you, but it's very hard to get it off. My nigga, sage yourself down. Connect with the motherfucking land. You might want to sit by a bonfire on some Shroomingtons and sacrifice your demons, your parasites. Get that shit out of you. Okay? Clean up. All you truck drivers that's listening to me, my nigga, hit the horn, hit the quan too. You know what I'm talking about? But my nigga, don't fuck with the parking lot lizards tonight or tomorrow coming through with the fucking rose and the rose. No. The energy that they've been building up with the Epstein shit, we just gonna call him Jeffrey, because it's all of the Jeffries. It's just a Jeffrey energy. It's fucking Jeffrey Dahmer. Okay, it's that nigga Jeffrey Williams. Okay, it's Jeffrey Epstein. It's Jeffrey from Giraffe from Toys R Us. All of the Jeffries. It's little Jeff from Chicago. Nigga, what's up with the Jeff? Yo, Jefferson, what's up with the Jeffries, my G? That Jeffrey energy, something going on. Ja Rule's name is Jeffrey. What up, Jeff? What else? What else? What else? All of the Jeffs popping out. I ain't talking about y'all. Y'all are the Jeffrey exceptions. Okay? All of the Jeffries popping out on the show. Check your mans in them. Check your man. Imagine if all of the Phillips was going wild. We niggas will have a word with me and Dr. Valentine. You know? Oh, man. Tonight's supposed to be the debut of Pill Valentine. I got to get him ready. So look, a festival of purification, right? Spelled like February. February, right? So, right? The same way that they do it in Brooklyn with the Hasidic and whatnot, they do a purification ritual with chickens. They do the chickens right there on Eastern Parkway. And they put all of their sins into the chicken. So you have all of these people, right, being exposed, okay? No real justice, no street justice, no people's court. What are they using What are they using February for? To remove bad luck, to appease restless spirits, to prepare for agricultural renewal. Offerings were made to the underworld and ancestral forces, acknowledging that the dead still influence the living. February was therefore also connected to the realm of ancestors. Before moving forward, Rome honored what came before. Okay, Coco. Okay, Day of the Dead. Right? Okay, bringing Epstein, who's allegedly dead. We're all talking about a dead man. This is all about the crimes of a dead man. This is all about the crimes of an ancestor. This is all about the crimes of a zombie. Allegedly. According to Fortnite, niggas alive. But you know what I'm saying. All of this is about a dead man, allegedly. 3 million emails. This man is not alive. This is part of this ritual. Death before rebirth. In occult and symbolic traditions, February represents spiritual detox. Old emotions, grudges, attachments, and psychic baggage must be cleared. Transformation requires empty space. Death before rebirth. February sits between winter's end and spring's birth. It's a doorway. It's a threshold. This is the time to do the work. Okay, it's a window. It symbolizes endings, necessary loss, quiet gestation. Life is forming, but it's still hidden. Confronting the shadow. What are they doing with the victims coming forward and saying names? With people saying, you know what, F that. This person did something to me. You got people confronting the shadow, right? The whole Epstein thing is triggering people all around the world. People are being triggered everywhere, okay? I would say that R. Kelly, Bill Cosby, and P. Diddy triggered more black people, black women especially, than the Jeffrey Epstein, Donald Trump, Rothschilds, Ghislaine Maxwell expose has. It's not relatable. Rich billionaire white men didn't really do things to black women outside of what they were doing on the cotton farms and the plantations. A lot of the trauma in our community come from men that look like R. Kelly, Bill Cosby, and P. Diddy, uncles, grandfathers, fathers, husbands, brothers, niggas with chains and sneakers and Old Spice, right? Those are the men who are more relatable to being the monsters in the black community. So yeah, them niggas got 40 years. R. Kelly got 40 years. I don't even think nobody in the whole damn Epstein shit got 40 years. Okay? They out there eating shit. They don't even got, Ghislaine Maxwell don't even got a 40. She don't even got a 40 piece. Okay? They can't relate to Jeffrey Epstein and the island and eating the children. That's not relatable. They're not even getting triggered by that like that. White women are. WWE is. Right? WWE is. The white women entertainment. They're getting triggered. They're getting untriggered. They're getting fake triggered. They're having mayonnaise meltdown because some of them are embarrassed that they're getting exposed and whatnot. But a lot of black people are like, man, whatever. What else? You know what I'm saying? What else? What else do we got to do? You know, what's the next topic? But they want to know what niggas are in the files. Because that is where they're going to point their weapons. That's where they're going to point their arrows. That's the triggering aspect. They don't have enough melanin in those fucking emails to elicit the mass triggering that would have had they read Obama was doing some crazy shit over there, or Oprah. They got pictures with Oprah with a leg in her hand. You know, shit like that is going to really, that's the other 3 million emails. Remember, they let out one half of them during this ritual. The other half is being saved. The other half is being saved, and they're going to dump the Diddy files on you as well. that is going to be a part of the trigger. So once again, like I said, you got to be very mindful about what's taking place, because Facebook and all of them are playing mind games with you. Boy, oh boy, wait till you hear this lecture that I got coming up on the 28th, the way we're going to cook this shit. I'm going to just leave it at this. Who knew? Who knew Peter Thiel was Facebook? Who knew? I mean, I thought I knew, but who knew that Peter Thiel is Facebook? Bro, this shit goes this rabbit hole. Don't let nobody play with you. Oh, the files, this. Oh, no. PayPal is one thing. PayPal was the distraction. Peter Thiel started Facebook, bro. He gave Zuckerberg the money. Facebook was not doing what it was supposed to do. Facebook started the day that a goddamn DARPA program closed. That same day the DARPA program closed, Facebook started out. The 500,000 needed to start up Facebook came from Peter fucking Thiel, Mr. Palantir himself, where his name is an anagram for the reptile, bro. Peter Thiel? Oh man, wait. I'm in the kitchen with the cook. I'm in the kitchen cooking up the hibachi. Man, wait till you see this one that I'm gonna hit you with. The Epstein and the Novak connection to Peter Thiel, to Zuckerberg, to Facebook, the Harvard Epstein Facebook connection is crazy. Oh my fucking God. The key person is a scientist called Novak. He's the main figure in that whole situation. But wait till you hear. So all of these from Cambridge Analytica moving forward, all of this shit was Dr. Mindbender. This is all Dr. Mindbender. These niggas are Destro. This is Cobra Command. This is a Cobra Commander operation, hands down. This is Destro. This is the Baroness. Giselle Maxwell was the Baroness. Epstein is Destro. Trump is Cobra Commander, or Netanyahu is Cobra Commander, right? Nigga, this is G.I. Joe. This is G.I. Joe. For real. They are literally running the G.I. Joe play in our faces, bro. Let me go ahead and start this show. Let's go. Let's go. So let's start with this right here. She's back at it. I seen a motherfucking commercial. No, I seen a tweet where she was telling her barbs and whatnot, right? She was telling her barbs like, yo, I need y'all to vote for some shit with ID. Some shit with ID. Okay? She's telling them do some dumb shit. So she's clearly a shill. She's clearly a tool. She is the most dangerous black woman in America right now. Her personally, more than any other black woman, you niggas is still on the Candace bandwagon. I got off that a long time ago. Respectfully, she's a motherfucking tool as well. Okay, she's control opposition. No Candace slander. We'll get to her one day, right? For wasting my goddamn time. But no Candace slander. However, she's nowhere near as powerful on the other side. You got to remember, you said Trump is Zartan. Yeah, Trump. Yeah, somebody got to be Cobra Commander, and it's not Trump. But listen, in the game of chess, what is the most important piece on the chessboard, ladies and gentlemen? Let's just use nigga logic. Life is checkers and it's not chess. Life is chess and it's not. Some people is playing checkers, but life is chess, right? Who is the most important piece on the chessboard? The queen. And the reason why the queen is the most important piece is because the queen could do what? It could go anywhere. And it could make any move on the chessboard. So when the queen on the black side goes over and joins the white side in the game of checkers and chess, that's a very dangerous move, ladies and gentlemen. You have a rogue queen. The queen could whisper into the king and the emperor's ear and make them do things unfathomable that a king or a prince could never. The queen has sway over the court. The queen is very, very dangerous because the queen could move back on any side that she deems, quote unquote, she wants to. She has power over these white men to do whatever the fuck she could tell them to go knock somebody off and they will. She could tell them certain things about us that they would never know, right? Because it's more so the queen. Once the queen, like the queen bee, right? Once the queen says to get him, your ass is got. Think about that for a minute. Let's just think about that for a minute. A black man could never have went over to the Trump side and set up plays against other black men. A black man, once again, Condoleezza Rice, once again, Susan Rice. You got to understand the power of the queen when she's playing on that side. That is a very, very dangerous piece. Huh? Queen means hoe. You got to understand. She's a very toxic piece right now on this chessboard. Okay? This is high treason. This is high treason. Right? And nobody came after her. She didn't get one bar. The only person that read her properly is my neck, my back, Kia's court. Other than that, niggas is on hush mode with her. Okay? So we know what that is. There's a little bit of fear. Right? Oh yeah, Tory's about to come home because they just exposed the shit with Meg. Right? Where the fuck is Meg at? Right? So she did all of that for a fucking trinket. It's not even a real card. They said on the White House said that it's a trinket, right? So we know what she'll be willing to do to get anything that she wants. Okay? This is the same person that put Malcolm X on the cover of her fucking single that said looking ass nigga. Right? This is the same one who put our beloved Malcolm X, El Malik Shabazz, and said looking ass nigga. You know what I'm saying? Nobody who grew up learning about Malcolm X, nobody who read the autobiography, nobody who watched the movie with Denzel would just make their single that and put him on a cover. They wouldn't do that. That was to show you that there's some type of cultural ignorance, right? There's some type of cultural ignorance and blindness that we see taking place. Willful ignorance. Okay? But this is what you trying to start on. This is that looking ass nigga. Well, we're going to have his revenge. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. At the Imaginarium, El Malik Shabazz lives with us. Okay? He lives in our minds and whatnot. Okay? We're not going to let this tramp, this floozy, get away with the disrespect, especially now she's on the other side of the chessboard. She's fair game. Okay? The ancestors are going to take care of her edges, and we're going to take care of the rest. Right? So 3 years ago, when in Rome, part 3, in preparation for the lecture, in the buildup for the lecture, right? The lightning struck Caesar Bourgeois in Brazil and lit this bitch up. It ain't been the same ever since, right? It asked people over there in Brazil. It been turned up ever since this bitch got hit. All right, February the 12th, 2023. 2023, y'all. Okay? So this is a ritual for us. This is a practice that me and Blue does. This is our exercise. This is our lyrical exercise. This is how we work out. Okay? By cooking Babylon, by continuing to nudge at the grudge, continuing to nudge at the grudge. I got a grudge. These niggas owe me chips. You know what I mean? They took the estate. So the Imaginarium is here. I want to publicly big up to everybody that's using their Imaginarium. The best nation is the Imagi Nation. The best nation is the Imagination, the Imagi Nation. Everybody that's out there, from artists who are traditionally trained all the way to the AI artists that are prompting images and whatnot, paying homage to the master teachers during this Black History Month, making posters, making shirts, making illustrations, taking time out to salute us. I want to say salute to you, God. Salute to you, goddess, and whatnot. Y'all hit me up if y'all ready to get this in poster form and the t-shirts and whatnot. The brother who put this together, he's offering prints. You could put this on your wall. You could put this in your barbershop. You could put this, you could frame this. You could shellac this shit. You could put some resin on it. Man, you could make this a goddamn a doormat. If you want people, before they come into your house, they gotta put their feet on greatness. It don't matter. We ain't tripping. Okay. So we have the Imaginarium, and then we got Disney. We got the Imaginarium, and then we got Disney. So we're going to be the opposite of what Disney represents. I might have to turn the volume down for the Disney thing. I don't want to get a copyright. But this is what Disney represents. We the opposite of that. In our imagination, we are going to not deal with the funny guy stuff, right? Because that's what they're dealing with over there in Disney, right? Kidnapping boys.
Cannibal Cove.
Cannibal Cove. Right? Cannibal Cove. That island looking suspiciously like St. James Island, Little St. James.
I'm collecting stupid little boys, and
Right.
I take them to Pleasure Island.
The indoctrination that was taking place when we were younger and whatnot. He's taking little boys to Pleasure Island, Cannibal Cove and whatnot. So this was feeding the minds of some of those quote unquote sadomasochists, right? Who grew up to be the clown killer, sadomasochists who grew up to be the quote unquote serial killers in society and whatnot. They were all indoctrinated by these Disney shows. They were all indoctrinated. Some of them were even in the Mouseketeer Club, right? These sick quote unquote artists, these sick ass production companies like Nickelodeon, Trickelodeon, and whatnot. All of that sick ass Walt Disney shit. We fire bunning all of that. We flipping all of that. We don't need no more of that. So look at the Looch, right? Look how they take the Looch. This is the show Monsters Inc. and whatnot. So they're showing you the adrenochrome right there. They're exposing themselves, and they're showing you how they do it right there, how they put these children in fear and how they feast on them. Okay? We're not going to allow things like that to take place. Ghislaine Maxwell, she organized a Disney Day for the kids when they were at the Lord and the Ladies Bathhouse in Wiltshire, over there getting away with fuckery in Europe and whatnot, where these pedos have proliferated. We're going to get into that in a minute, right? And then look at this. Look how they promote these women, right? Like these madams and whatnot, okay? Boys are us. Boys are us. Boys R Us, right? So look at the Walt Disney castle and then look at his castle. Look at his land. Look at the Disney Cruise Line. Look at that, right? All of these symbols that they incorporate into their movies, into their shows, right? They speak to each other through the symbology and whatnot. They slide in all of these subliminal suggestions. We have to counter that. We are having to counter that at Imaginarium. Make sure y'all sign up to the Imaginarium, ladies and gentlemen, even if it's to the school, to be there for free to show your public support. Okay? Even if it is so. The divine prophecies and hadiths of Prophet Noble Jew Ali. We started our show, Know the Ledge Radio, in 2010 on the birthday of Noble Jew Ali. We pay homage, we support, and we salute the prophet, and we bear witness that the prophet is a prophet. And when I had my rant the other day about the Abrahamic religions, I don't consider the old time religion as a part of that. I don't even consider what I see taking place with the Yahshua movement, where people are repping Yahshua real heavy. I don't, and with the Israelites, I respect what they're doing with that. I respect what they're doing with that. You feel me? You know what I'm banging on. Slave religions. Okay? Slave religions to a degree. Okay? There's a distinction. But the prophet was prophesizing. Okay? And this was some of the things that he prophesied. All right? For people who may not be familiar with his prophecies. Okay? His 50-year prophecy in 1925, 29, he predicted that it would be 50 years after his passing before his followers truly realized the significance of what he brought to America. He was right about that, because he definitely had a rise during the rise of Jeff Fort and the El Rukins and the brothers and sisters in Detroit and Chicago, Newark, and it spilled over into the city. It spilled over into New York, and then they lifted up and they unearthed Noble Jew Ali in Harlem, in Brooklyn, in NYC, in New York State, with our good brother Sharif Anail Bey in Syracuse and whatnot. For the brothers in Philly that did the great work, Taj in Delaware and Lenape land. He got Detroit, Chicago, all of that. They breathed, they resurrected the God and his prophecies and his teachings, and it uplifted fallen humanity for what it's worth. The key prophecies is the eventual, all right, Noble Jew Ali, 1886 to 1929, founder of the Moorish Science Temple of America, delivered prophecies focused on the upliftment of fallen humanity, specifically targeting the redemption of African Americans by reclaiming their Moorish identity, their Indian identity, their Aboriginal identity, their indigenous identity. You know, it's all the same, right? You know, that's what he talked about, right? You know, that's what he brought to the people, right? You know that they've reinterpreted and they've turned it into other things, but that's what he brought. That's what he brought. He brought the keys. He brought the teachings. He broke the seals. Key prophecies include the eventual decline of European power, the return of the land to its original state, and the prosperity of Moors. And you're seeing that before your very own eyes. I know thousands of Moors that are prosperous, being illustrious and industrious and whatnot. I know Moors that pulled themselves out of poverty. I know Moors that pulled themselves out of destitution and whatnot. I know Moors that pulled themselves out of homelessness, right? By staying true and standing tall and implementing the work and implementing the research facts. Not to say that's the only ones, but I know a bunch of them. All right. So the rise of the Moors. He taught that Moors are a distinct nation that will rise and prosper. Okay. Shift in power. He warned that Europeans would eventually fail to provide for Americans and that the land and climate will return to their original pre-colonial state. How many people saw the article that said that New York is going back to subtropical weather? Can I get an amen? Can I get an amen that they said that New York was going back to subtropical weather? When I saw the article, I said, anime, goddamn, make you want to smack your mama. Will you look at this? A shift in power. Are you seeing the shift in power, ladies and gentlemen? You got white folks saying, you know what? This white shit ain't working no more. Give the blacks their power back. Let's stop playing with these niggas in their faces. They were right all along. It was them. Just give it back. We don't want to fight them. That's what they're waving the white flag, y'all. The mayonnaise meltdown is turning into a forfeiting. I don't want to play the game no more. They're like, yo, they don't even want to come out on the floor. Remember, we was like, yo, they be working 24/7 even when we're sleeping. Some of them are quitting, dropping out the race. They're like, I'm not trying to put the bullshit on no more. I give up. No mas. The mayonnaise forfeit is real. The mayonnaise meltdown has turned into a mayonnaise forfeit. Listen, I'm telling you, bro. They don't want to come out of their corner on some Anthony Joshua shit. They're getting the fucking brakes beat off of them. When you saw Jake Paul have a great fall, then you should have knew what it was. Andrew Tate on his knees. Come on, fam. They humbled him. He got put on his knees. He got humbled by angels. This is symbolic. Huh? Return to identity. He instructed followers to renounce the labels of black or colored and adopt their true Moorish identity to escape oppression. Divine warnings. He warned of coming immense wrath upon the earth. Contextual themes. Redemption. The ultimate goal was to redeem people from a sinful state back to a higher plane of life. Principles. He emphasized living by the principles of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Forerunners. He identified Marcus Garvey as a what? A forerunner who prepared the way for his message. Isn't Andrew Tate half black? Well, some of the Moors that came and double-crossed our people was half black. Some of the most wicked motherfuckers was half black. They said Hitler was half black. They said J. Edgar Hoover was half black. What are we saying? The people who double-crossed, they were half black. They were mulattoes. It's called the tragic mulatto. Right? No, not throwing nobody under the bus. But wasn't they black too? Me no speaking no English. Wasn't they black too? Huh? Where's the music at? Wasn't they black too? What happened to these people? The Dominicans. Me no black. Me Dominican. What's up? Yeah, go matar. Siéntase, por favor. What do you mean? Just say, more. Mi amor. Mi amor. Me no black. No, mi amor. Me no black. Mi amor. Me no black, papi. No, me no black. No, mi amor. You amor. Everybody, you can't. Hernandez is in ICE. Hernandez is the state police. Hernandez is a rider. Hernandez is the LAPD. Hernandez is the National Guard. And Hernandez is the fucking reserves. Come on now. This is the fucking buffer state. This is the army. So in lieu of Valentine's Day, we're going to let the daughters talk to us. You know what I'm talking about? We're going to let the daughters talk to us because the only Valentine I identify is Dr. Valentine. But for the ones that are in the audience, we're gonna let the daughters talk on Valentine's Day.
Culture and city girl culture, because this stuff got normalized way too.
Hold on. Let's zip it. If nobody's having this conversation and they acting fake mad about Weinstein, but black girls are going over to Dubai to get pooped on, because even though Jeffrey and them was like, no niggas over here, the UAE and the Saudis was like, we'll take them. Fuck you mean? So let's stop playing games. The Saudis and the sheiks was like, we'll take them. If you don't want them on your boat, we'll come over, bring them over here. We'll poop on them, because that's what's going down right now. And any woman coming back from Dubai being a porta potty and telling young black women to go and get pooped on is an enemy of the state. You can't have it any other way. That's a Ghislaine Maxwell. That's a Ghislaine Maxwell. Okay? That's a Ghislaine Maxwell. So why nobody treating them like that? That is a madam. That's a madam that is breaking young women in. They're breaking. That is a fucking that's a Jezebel Maxwell.
Let's talk about OnlyFans culture and city girl culture, because this stuff got normalized way too fast. Somehow we turn selling your body into empowerment. Somehow we turn being desired into being valuable. Somehow we turn attention into worth in dollars. And nobody stopped to ask, what does this cost long term? OnlyFans culture teaches women that access equates power, that if men want you, they win it. And if you can monetize your body, you're smart. But here's the part they don't tell you. Attention is not respect. Desire is not love. And money does not erase spiritual consequences. City girl culture teaches women to use men before men use you, to move off vibes, to get what you can while you can, to not care about tomorrow. But you can't build a future off short-term gratification.
The queen is the most powerful. The king is the most important. Once he is captured, the game is over. If a queen is captured, the game still goes on. Honors, right? So our women get captured. They got captured by city girl culture. They are checkmated. The game still goes on. However, that is not your queen. That is not your queen. Once she gets tagged, she's on the other side. She's not playing for us anymore. That is not your queen. The game still goes on, but you men have to look at your failure and whatnot as your quote unquote women turns into the whores of Babylon, right? And they're not playing on your team anymore. And to be honest with you, how hard is it for you to get her back? Once you thought you got her back, she's like, you know what? I'm going to Jesus, right? That's not your queen, fam. She's not coming back to you. She's gone forever. You did a good girl and she turned bad. Why do good girls go bad? You men did this. You did this. You cannot point the finger at these queens. You cannot point the finger at these black girls lost and whatnot. We will not over here step on our sisters while they're down. That's not what we about to do. Not on Valentine's Day. We're not about to do that. However, we can unequivocally say that when they get checkmated, that is, that is not your queen. And this culture that they're promoting is about it. It's called checkmate culture. Checkmate culture. Anything that will checkmate a nigga is not the fucking culture. It's part of the deaf culture. Checkmate culture. They're lining you up to get checkmated. Jay-Z was a part of checkmate culture. Yo, go sell some drugs, my nigga. You gonna get on with that crack. Checkmate. Yo, go join a gang, nigga. Gang, checkmate. Yo, go move some bricks. You know the Fetty is popping. Checkmate. Right? That was that nigga from Kentucky that started telling niggas to get on by moving a brick of Fetty. Right? Got shot in his fucking eye. He started falling apart. His whole team got locked up. He's not even lit no more. ESTG. Finesse 2 times and all of everybody that's doing all of the fuckery, they're getting checkmated. Sign your life away for perpetuity. Go to a label, checkmate. Go do the Rockefeller deal, checkmate. Right? Go sign up to Hollywood and chill with Weinstein, checkmate, nigga. Go lay on Weinstein's couch, nigga, checkmate. Go on the casting couch. You'll be all right. Let him gangbang you. You're gonna get a role. Get an Oscar. Checkmate. Right? Just take this little pill. It'll be all right. You won't even feel nothing. Checkmate. Mar-a-Lago face. Put something in your face. Checkmate. Oh, put some fucking your butt looks cute, but you put a little bit of tire fluid in there. Checkmate. Right? Checkmate culture. Okay? Go get on this table and get some surgery and augment your body. Checkmate. Right? They out here getting checkmated. Right? So whoever's checkmating our people, we need to get them off of the playing board because they're dangerous.
You just can't. And before people say I'm grown, it's my body. God knows my heart. Listen to me. God knowing your heart does not mean that he approves of your choices. OnlyFans culture tells women it's just content. But your body is not content. It's a vessel. City girl culture tells women men ain't nothing. But broken men don't heal broken women. And this culture be lying heavy. They don't show the loneliness. They don't show the loss of peace. They don't show how hard it is to turn lust off once you train yourself to sell it. They don't show how hard it is to transition into real love after you built your value on access. The Bible says your body is a temple, not a product, not a brand, not a hustle. And temples aren't open to everybody. This culture tells women to cash in now and worry about consequences later. But later always comes. Later comes when you want real love. Later comes when you actually want peace. Later comes when you want to be seen for more than what you can offer physically. And the crazy part? Men don't even respect the culture they benefit from.
You can't put that all on black men. And I'm not about to get up here and start throwing nobody under the bus. However, I know for a fact that if we had it together, our women would not have fallen apart. If we had it together, if we were tight like glue, if we were doing what we were supposed to be doing, fam, if we were producing, if we were manufacturing, if we never compromise ourselves with the segregation, if we were the protectors and the providers, we would have been able to counter the psychological social engineering psyops, these operations that broke us up and put us against each other, the drugs that they dumped on us, the heroin, the opium wars against us, the quote unquote free base turned into crack. All of these things played a real crazy part in the disintegration of our dynamic. And the dynamic was that our women were fucking seen as the most important piece on the board. They would not allow no men to jump on them. They would not allow people to just pluck them. But when we lost power, when we fell, when we lost wars, when we lost battles, the one who bears the brunt always will be the woman. They are the booty of war. So if people don't realize that they're in a state of war, if people don't realize they're in a wartime state, if people don't realize they're vassals of the state, meaning that you lost the war, nigga, and they're just letting you exist as long as you pay your taxes. So if they seen us stand up on some Ibrahim Traore shit, if they seen you niggas grab your fucking nuts, if they seen you stand up and kick these crazy ball heads out, if they seen you build, if they see you repair, you doing reparations, you taking back your resources and nationalize, give me that, snatch chains. Go from snatching chains to snatching the estate back. Go from snatching purses to snatching motherfucking mountains back. Do that. When they see you put on like that, my nigga, they're gonna be on. They're going to straighten the fuck up. They're going to the cream of that crop will make themselves known and whatnot. And those who fall to the wayside, those who fall, who decide that they want to decide to lay in the paradise of hell on some Dante's Inferno shit, well, you let the dead bury the dead. But you niggas can't be out here acting pompous and whatnot, and niggas drop the ball, and you're not holding up the fucking standards to whereas they are going to respond to the standards. It's not the other way around. Let's stop this. It's not the other way around. I could show you mad examples of it. So yeah, black men, we got to figure it out. We got to get our power back. We got to take our power from whoever we gave it to.
and then we'll start to see things shift. I promise you. I don't know it all. I don't know it all. I don't have all of the solutions. But what I do know is that women, they respect formation. They respect discipline. They respect self-mastery. They respect production. They respect motion. They respect industrial industry. Yeah, they respect that, my G. You know what I'm talking about? The material shit. They respect that. And they respect men that provide and build. So I've been preaching at the top of my lungs about what is so difficult about securing a few hundred acres of land, and then we just going to build on it. The men could get lost for a year and just build with the support. Only lands, nigga, with the support of our quote unquote community that will give us the resources that will collectively come together and assist us in these endeavors. Study Ibrahim Traoré before they take him out. Study what the hell is going on in the Sahel region. To be honest with you, study some of the Maroons, but definitely that's the newest example of how to do it the right way. We don't have to, and we don't gotta get all this is not difficult. There is a living example, 3 to 4 nations that are doing everything that we should be doing right now. They're in Africa. It's called the Sahel region, and Trump and them is trying to get as we speak. They're gonna make moves on them as we speak. Facts. You know what I mean? They are the ones standing up. Don't talk to me about no white men, because in my humble opinion, they all work together. Don't talk to me about no Russians, no Chinese people, no Indians, no disrespect to none of that. Talk to me about where our people are at, standing on 10 toes and doing what needs to be done. That's all. That start there, and then we could focus on all that other shit. But show me where that shit works, and then study it. And where I see it work, and I don't see these men looking like they're super compromised or they're actually like peons and pawns, is the Sahel region. They got the whole world in fucking shambles right now. Look at France is about to die. They got France on the ropes. They giving France headshots to France. They beating France. They beating the brakes off of France. Economic warfare. Like reverse economic type of economic hitman type shit. You know what I'm talking about? That's what they're doing. Niggas. That's what they're doing. They got gold. They got resources. You know?
Consume it and still say they want a wife who ain't like that. That should tell you everything you need to know. City girl culture makes women feel powerful temporarily. Godly womanhood makes women powerful permanently. One feeds your ego, and the other protects your soul. And I'm not saying this to shame anybody. I'm saying this to wake people up, because freedom without discipline always turns into bondage. So what do you do with this? You stop letting culture define your worth. You stop confusing attention with value. You stop letting money talk louder than conviction. You ask yourself, is this feeding my flesh or costing my future? Because God never called women to be consumed. He called for them to be covered. And this culture may clap for city girls and OnlyFans checks, but heaven does not. And at the end of the day, God does not miss.
One of the hardest parts in getting any person, regardless of how they're racialized, to start to deconstruct whiteness. And by whiteness, I mean the social status quo that upholds a global system of empire based in anti-blackness, anti-indigeneity, and anti-life at large, right? This is a structure, we're calling it whiteness. Now, regardless of how you're racialized, you experience this just by being within societies that are shaped by what we call whiteness, or something I could also call a social grooming by the grotesque. It sets up structures to prime you for how to exist within a society where the grotesque distribution and siphoning of wealth and emotional resources and life force and life itself from groups of people siphoned to those at the very top. There's a social programming and grooming that has to happen to make you susceptible to live in a society in continuous perpetuation and to ignore it as if it's the norm. That whiteness, everybody has to a certain extent, but those racialized as white are then also have another added layer of being explicitly trained, not just to normalize the grotesque, but to be agents, social agents of the grotesque. And it's essentially unpaid labor, but this unpaid labor comes with something that gets marketed as privilege, when really what it does is it further gives you a role to continuously limit your humanity, because now it's giving you a special place within it to enact its grotesque fantasies on the people around you. The problem is the way to undo that is not in the intellectual. The intellectual is what was colonized to get you to do this type of work and to live in these type of societies and not perpetually feel their wrath and burn it down. That piece that's in you, it guards itself intellectually. So if you try to intellectually come at it with intellect to unseat this belief and patterning and behavior programming, you can't do it. The tools you need are to deconstruct that out of the body are emotional tools, spiritual.
See, so I disagree fully, right? This is what took place with this younger generation. They missed the era of the mass deconstruction. That, to me, is that YouTube era, the House of Consciousness, when even before that, to that degree, what they were doing from 9/11 all the way up, that was the deconstructing period, where it was less noise, more signal. You did not have the distractions of YouTube. You had Blog Talk Radio, you had VHS tapes, you had of DVDs and whatnot. You didn't have 100 channels. You didn't have thousands of websites. It was more signal, less noise. There was weekly lectures. There were bi-weekly classes, Monday and Wednesday. There was a lot of deconstructing taking place during that time. And then before that, the gods and the earths and whatnot, they received their deconstructing period during the 60s and the 70s and whatnot. And then before that, with Noble Drew Ali and his students, and Elijah with the Nation and whatnot, they went through a lot of deconstructing from like the 29 to mid 20s all the way up into like the 50s. So sis is kind of late, you know. Sis is, you know, there's ways to deconstruct. I can't. You know, I can't really.
Spiritual tools, embodied tools.
It's a lot of word salad. I don't know. I'm trying to cut through what's being said, but
not intellectual. And this is the trap that I see a lot of people racialized as white get into. They get stuck in the intellectual, not knowing it is precisely being stuck in the intellectual that perpetuates this whiteness.
Whether Jay-Z knows it or not, he's a puppet. The old money ruling class types see him as a means to sap all radical sentiment from a group of people who would otherwise be pushing for revolution. And to be honest, we been knew this. But it just got confirmed in an email from the files where the CEO of Barclays stated, and I quote, "The group that should be in the streets has been bought off by Jay-Z." It is crazy satisfying to have the confirmation that the ruling class is talking about you like that. They in them emails sounded like some super villains. But the Jay-Z thing, it comes as no surprise because he has been a sellout capitalist since he stepped over Colin Kaepernick kneeling to do a deal with the NFL. He had also invested in ankle monitors, so the prison industrial complex. So he's been showed us who he was. But I'm not gonna lie, this confirmation has made me reevaluate his entire music career. Like, how long has he been a puppet? During the Cold War, the CIA funded the abstract expressionism art movement because it promoted this anti-authoritarian, individualist culture that was needed to combat this global rise of socialism from affecting America. It was a psyop with an attempt to link the art to American values. That has been every Jay-Z and Beyonce album since he started wearing a suit. Black excellence, respectability, pulling yourself up by your bootstraps. All which boil down to black capitalism, a ploy by Richard Nixon himself. Was Jay-Z the original industry plant? Were they artificially inflating his music, his numbers, his career for their own agenda? These are genuine questions. Another good one, why Jay-Z? And if I have to get conspiratorial, there was a point in time where he said he was moving kilos. It's completely possible he got caught and turned informant. I don't know if it's that deep, but honestly, it doesn't matter either way. The ruling classes in them emails keep keying about our complacency because of this man. He is either an agent or washed.
They're having a Jay-Z reckoning.
APAC doesn't want you to know who runs it, but we found out, and what we discovered is bigger than just one organization. Go to apacwhoweare.org. There you'll see 50 faces, the board members and executives who run APAC. Here's what's interesting. Click on any of these profiles and you start to see the connections. Exposed unexpected connections across the entire pro-Israel lobbying ecosystem. Take Betsy Burns-Korn. She's AIPAC's board chair. She's also the chair of the Conference of Presidents of Major American Jewish Organizations. That's the umbrella group coordinating over 50 pro-Israel organizations. One person occupying two of the most powerful positions in the Israel lobby. Or take Harriet Schleifer. She's on AIPAC's board. She also served as chair of the Conference of...
I see a lot of people who, you know, they draw a hard line when it comes to women. You know, a lot of men got hurt and they be leaking. And it's like, you know, the wounded healer, the people who are online and they just be leaking, right? And they don't, you know, there's holes in the aura that are not healed. And the critique comes across a little heavy-handed because it's some unhealed pain and some unresolved issues at hand. I get it. I see it. I feel it. I'm empathetic. I am intuitive, right? And once again, these conversations that we're having is wild uncomfortable. You dig? But it's literally a conversation that I would have if we were all in a room together. The only problem is it's not an echo chamber. I don't get to hear what y'all say back because the only way that you could say back is through the comments. It's not like we're in a barbershop together. It's not like we're on the block together, because sometimes that's how I conversate in a conversational tone, like we're outside together and it's a whole bunch of us. It's damn near 700 of us. So just imagine what that looks like in real life, right? Bro, the shit that I had to heal from, you understand? The pain that I had to heal from, bro, the double crossing, all of these things. Like when I cringe sometimes when I look back on some of the old videos, because I knew what I was going through. I knew the pain. I knew that I was wounded and whatnot. I knew that I was leaking. And I speak for all of my brothers
who are still hurt, who didn't get that resolved, that did not get the healing, that did not close the wounds up. And every time somebody points fingers, it's like they pouring salt in these people's wounds and shit. I'm here to let you know that you can heal from that. But I'm doing as an elder who had the opportunity. I was blessed or blissed to exist on a timeline when our women were not behaving, right? They did not have the same mind state, even though it existed. I was there. I saw the shift. So I'm only able to speak about something that I experienced before. That's all. I'm not reading it from a book. I'm not pulling it out the side of my back pocket. I grew up around a very, very polarizing figure, Dr. Sebi, who got up in front of millions of people and he told them that he was sick. He never hid it. He never tried to sugarcoat it. He did not. He told people the truth and they laughed and they giggled and shit like that and they chuckled because they probably thought that he was putting on. But I'm telling you, fam, I've seen a lot. I've witnessed a lot. I've been through a lot. And I know that the best way that we're going to heal is having a goddamn conversation, and it needs to be uncomfortable. I'm not here to pander. I'm not here to feel good. I'm not here to blow smoke up nobody's ass. This is the Valentine's Day massacre. But all of that holding on, that shit ain't going to do nothing for nobody. It's going to make you sick. It's going to make your heart heavy. It's going to give you wrinkles. It's going to make your organs fail. Shit. It might even stop your shoulder from standing up. So whatever it takes, plant-based medicine, because niggas act like they nervous when it comes to medicine. Retreats, anything that will help you go within, because 9 times out of the 10, the people that hurt us, we can't even find them when we go outside of ourselves. You know, we can't even find them when we go outside of ourselves. So some of us have to find them inside of ourselves, or we have to go somewhat inner to patch things up. But I'm not here to point fingers and yeah, I got done dirty by women, not just one woman. I got women backbiting, backstabbing, doing the most cross shit ever that you can imagine. Demonic behaviors, gaslighting, manipulating, all type of shit. But you think I'm finna run in the internet and start fucking trashing the whole goddamn female race because of what the fuck some of these women is sick. And I seen them get destroyed and whatnot in life. They're fucking sick. You know? The universe been dog walking them from the gate. So what am I to do? What I do know is that there's a lot of shit going on in the world right now that gives us the opportunity to heal through teaching through it, right? Not living vicariously through it, through teaching through it. You feel me? So that's all I'm saying. I'm not here to attack nobody, no men or no women. I love both genders. You know, I'm a man, so you know what I'm repping. You know what I mean? But what I do know is that men lead. I do know that men lead. When shit goes operationally well for us, we are leaders. And yeah, there's some shit in the way to stopping men from fucking leading the way that we supposed to lead. So that's what we're trying to cut through right now. But in our proper persona, men lead. Nah, it's all good. There's no shade on nothing. I'm all good. It's all good. We talking. We just chopping it up. But let's get back to the lesson.
Presidents before court. And Schleifer is connected to the Washington Institute for Near East Policy, and led the American Jewish Committee. These may seem to be separate organizations, but they have the same people running them. Alan Laval is also on the board. He's also vice president of the American Israel Education Foundation. That's the group that funds those congressional boondoggle trips to Israel, training them to regurgitate pro-Israel propaganda. Same person, same network. This is what we call a network of networks, because it's not just AIPAC, it's an entire ecosystem, and these 50 people sit at the center of it. AIPACwhoweare.org. See the faces, read the connections, connect the dots yourself. These people are responsible for what AIPAC does. And stay tuned as Dawn exposes how AIPAC is contributing to Israeli human rights abuses against Palestinians.
Much of what you know as Christianity and Islam today has little to do with the faiths themselves and more to do with the US Central Intelligence Agency. Some of the greatest thinkers of the 20th century made references to the large-scale weaponization of religion by colonial powers in post-colonial societies. For example, in his book, Neo-Colonialism, The Last Stage of Imperialism, Kwame Nkrumah wrote about the riptide of religious sects that followed after independence from colonial rule. Frantz Fanon, in his book, The Wretched of the Earth, described how religious tensions were inflamed and encouraged by colonial forces in the emerging post-colonial environment. But beyond these passing references to the external manipulation of religion in the global south, how was this massive weaponization of religion actually done? Here's where the CIA comes in. Between the 1960s and the 1980s, the global south became the site of a war of religious ideas. Some of these ideas were created to maintain and perpetuate the existing capitalist economic and political hegemony, while others emerged to counter the hegemony or to spark local political change. Under the guise of countering communism, the CIA infiltrated Christian movements all over the global south with the mission of steering Christian doctrines away from so-called liberation theology. Originating in the Catholic Church of Latin America, liberation theology was a set of teachings that encouraged people to stand up to corrupt government.
Originating in the Latin Church of South America, liberation theology. Let's pay close attention to what this man is talking about. He tell no lie. Come on, brother. Preach, please, my brother. Preach. He's giving you the historical reference. He's dialing it back and he's showing you where this shit started through the CIA manipulating the black church through Latin America and through Africa, what we're dealing with. Why we talk about the Crusaders and how they have indoctrinated millions upon millions of Roman soldiers all around the world with their quote-unquote trickery. Let's be clear.
And take collective actions to better their lives. Because it was rooted in Catholic social justice concerns and it borrowed from Marxist social analysis to understand and respond to inequality, US state forces labeled it communist, which of course made it a threat to be snuffed out. Over the course of several years, the CIA, by its own admission, pumped millions of dollars into funding pro-capitalist Christian movements all over the global south as part of its anti-communist Cold War effort. It succeeded in replacing liberation theology with so-called prosperity gospel as the most popular face of Christianity in the global south. This new doctrine erased any need for collectivism.
Individualism. I got it and you don't. God favors me and it doesn't favor you, right? This is fuckery. This is what it breeded, right? Prosperity gospel, that shit tore the world up, okay? This is coming from evangelical Christians and whatnot, Kenneth Copeland and all of them. You feel me? This is coming out of that. This Eddie Long and them niggas.
Instead, encouraging people to see their Christian faith and salvation as individualistic issues to be measured using specific individual outcomes, such as economic blessings. You could now measure the extent of your divine approval using the metrics of capitalism. So out went, love thy brother as thyself, and in came, sow a seed of $50 to reap a blessing of $5,000.
As a student, I would just give what I had left. I said, God, this guy pay me tuition anyhow, so I might as well give it. And I would go in front of the chapel, we'd have offering time, we'd give it. And friends, 2 days later, from nowhere, envelope appears in my mailbox with twice as much as I need for tuition, with no name on it.
It was the perfect capitalist ruse because it convinced people to stop thinking of progress as a shared national or collective issue, but rather as an individual responsibility, which meant they did not need to organize into pressure groups, political movements, trade unions, student unions, or any other collectivist entities that could be considered leftist or communist. And it succeeded wildly, turning many of the world's poorest people in Africa, Latin America, Asia, and the Caribbean into rabid, money-obsessed capitalists without capital, who had lost the ability to see economic deprivation and its consequences as a political problem. In the decades since the 1980s, prosperity gospel has established itself across the global south, primarily through mega churches whose pastors were almost invariably trained, mentored, or connected in some form to the evangelical movements in the southern United States. But the US empire did not attack Christianity alone. Early on in the Cold War, with the rise of figures such as Egypt's Gamal Abdel Nasser and Libya's Muammar Gaddafi, the US realized the potential of weaponizing Islam to serve as a bulwark against Arab nationalism and Islam's own egalitarian doctrine. It collaborated with Saudi Arabia to create organizations such as the Muslim World League, which funded the global spread of Wahhabism, a niche sect of Islam that exploded into popularity in the 1970s and swept across the Muslim world. This form of Islam preached individual virtue, total submission to authority, which made it a useful political tool for US-aligned capitalist monarchies in the Gulf region.
So Wahhabism is what you see being practiced in Saudi Arabia, right? With the Saudis, right? That a lot of people around the Muslim world are not in agreement with, and they don't rock with it. You know what I mean? And they're not co-signing it. Okay. Let's see what that got the Muslim world. Check this out.
Investing in women is not just
Nah, I ain't gonna jump the gun. Let's continue.
Vector for spreading individualism across the Islamic world. This form of Islam would later go on to be associated with Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and other violent extremist groups. By its own admission, the CIA also covertly trained and funded the Afghan Mujahideen, which later morphed into Al-Qaeda in the Soviet-Afghan War of the 1980s. Ultimately, it supported and continues to support the very Islamist groups that have contributed toward building an atmosphere of violence in the Middle East, using a strategy that journalist Matt Blumenthal has described as management of savagery. For the people of the global south, religion has long served as a source of succor in an uncertain and unstable world. While some continue to seek escape from today's complex realities by giving their time and money to CIA-affiliated megachurches in search of personal prosperity, or resorting to senseless violence at the instigation of CIA-funded religious organizations, we should all be aware that, as far as the empire is concerned, nothing is sacred and nothing is off limits. War, to the empire, is not a shooting event at a single point in time. It is a permanent and ongoing state of affairs in which anything at all can and will be weaponized, including the beliefs and practices we hold closest.
Angelina Jolie is packed up and excited to move to Europe because this is no longer the country that she recognizes. Well, isn't that a shame? Well, a few things before you go. There's just a few things that I was curious if you'd explain. First of all, it was weird that you and Billy Bob Thornton were wearing vials of each other's blood while you were married. And it's cute how you joked about being vampires. But turns out you also had a marital contract signed in blood?
The thing is, we're never gonna separate, so it was our way of saying to each other, we just were together forever. We're so in love. We're best friends, and it's, you know. But we kind of signed our life away to each other, and legally, and with blood, that there's no possible way anybody can separate or walk away from this.
It's really interesting, especially considering you also had a friendship with Marina Abramovic, who a lot of us know for other reasons. But of course, there's nothing weird going on there, right? You know, what I find personally interesting, you went to Ukraine twice, which I still can't figure out why you would go, and the places you went is also pretty interesting. He talked about what was going on with these kids during these conflicts. Told all of us that we're not doing enough to protect the kids. And you even went to a children's hospital in Egypt to visit children from Gaza? But then come to find out that you personally invited Jeffrey Epstein to 2 movie premieres and a lunch? 6 years after he was convicted? I don't know. None of this is making sense to me. But you know who it does remind me of? Your cousin, Hillary Clinton, because nothing makes sense with her either. Yeah, so before you move away, could you make it make sense? Thank you. And stay safe.
So the exploitation of the continent, right, is something that has to come to an end. Hopefully this situation that the world is being exposed to is going to be the short it's going to be the beginning of something that's going to raise people's awareness about what is being taking place and what has been taking place. Like I said before, so many people turned a blind eye to all of the blatant proclivities and weird behavior of their quote unquote stars and celebrities. Blue, you ready? Ladies and gentlemen, I want to bring to the stage, all right? We have a special guest in the building. Man, the gods must be smiling on us, man. I don't know how this works, but gates just opened up. I told y'all, it's different. You know what I mean? Without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I bring to you none other than the brother, Minister Moreland in the building.
To this day.
There you go.
My shit well coiffed.
Your shit is
coiffed. My shit well coiffed?
Your things is coiffed. Brooklyn Nets was good.
Is my shit well coiffed? I seen somebody make a comment just now. They said Red Pill, the best master teacher. And I concur, bro. Been holding it down.
That part.
You've been doing an amazing job.
That's for sure. I appreciate that,
And I salute that. And always gotta, I got a preference before I come on. So when I make a splash and people don't mistake the wave for a disruption, you know what I'm saying?
Yes,
we work together. So
we do.
Yeah,
there's no red pill before blue pill. If I'm the master teacher, then that's
never,
who gave me my button.
Yeah, it's never acrimonious, y'all. I don't know if y'all pick up on it and you think that it's tension. I'm so happy to be here. I'm so happy that we're at this point. I'm so happy that the wagon has circled. But I got to do my redemption marathon because I'm hitting on a lot of boxes these days in terms of things coming full circle. But I'm observing the fact that also in real time, you are continuing the narrative. And you, bar none of anybody in the known community, were the very first one to mention the name Jeffrey Epstein and bring up the Epstein files. And this was not too far after he initially got the charge in Palm Beach. He was on that since 2009. Drop a, like around that time, you could drop a bomb on yourself. Blueprint 322 was literally about to this day the occult nature of Jay-Z, Rockefeller, and the people who were considered the gatekeepers of the industry at that time, and specifically exposing the fact that they weren't what they called Illuminati. I said that they were operating under the guise of OTO. They were utilizing Crowley and sex magic. And you played the tape where Crowley said that he had a love lust. He had a desire for what his initiates were supposed to bring forward after he transitioned. Yes. He wanted a culture that was steeped in cocaine use, so it can be steeped in alcohol use, and that would pivot them to a sort of chemical dependency on drugs that would allow androgyny. He wanted to bring about androgyny, a third race.
Yes.
And that, now that I further understand it, yes, the do or thou will was about them initiating their move to no longer study and research who God is, but become God and to create a new being. It was no more about them being the Ubermensch. It was saying we're going to create a total new artificial, a transhuman. And they needed the trans community, as I have identified, being that we know and understand that Ray Kurzweil, and now you seeing the full picture with Peter Thiel and different members, strategic, ideological members of that community. If a person has no inclination to procreate and propagate the continuation of the species through their seed, if they didn't come with an intention to sow their seed, like Elon is talking about sowing a seed, right into the future. I'm not condoning it. I'm just saying let's look at the ideological approach of the framers of this particular paradigm that we see ourselves doing the knowledge to, because they're the architects. Yes, the making of a coagula, you know what I'm saying? The making of a golem, if you will.
Yeah, Eddie Gregor.
But yes, this is what literally hit me like a ton of bricks the other day. And I was doing knowledge, and because Spirit once again was telling me, this was on Super Bowl weekend, so strong in. So Spirit was like sitting on my shoulder, perched like a hawk, like, yo, I fucks with you, even if they don't know, nigga. I've been here with you for all 16 years of these predictions. I remember the ridicule. I remember what it took for you to, with your chest up and your chest high and chin up, to get out in public and be like, yo, this is my pick, and 44s are gonna. This nigga's crazy. I know the game ain't happened yet, but I'm telling you, nigga, that the 44s are going to have a main showing. Now, we're not doing the knowledge, right? Because there are a quadrillion numbers. There's an infinite amount of numbers. What an arbitrary number to pick, even between 1 and 99, that you would pick this one number. And for 16 years, show this number has a characteristic that it will embody a player. It will seize a moment. It will be the determinant. It will weigh. It will be, you know what I'm saying? It's the final call on a game that people is telling me is rigged. I'm like, they ain't rigged this. I'm showing you that you can hack whatever they're saying is rigged. Because they're the observer and they're the decoder. Nigga, I'm the pre-coder.
The pre-coder. I like
take
that.
this motherfucker getting that off, nigga.
I like that.
I'm like Peter Parker.
What you was at, Golden Crust?
I'm reporting the news that I'm actually creating and participating in. I'm not just a decoder, I'm a pre-coder. I'm programming the matrix that is impacting and people are bearing witness to and seeing in real time. And I'm not supposed to play small as if that's not what's taking place. So the universe was just saying, you know, it don't stop there. Nigga, this is not for fame or you know, this is not for face maxing.
Face maxing.
This ain't for face maxing, my nigga. There's a job that's supposed to be done. And y'all are on the trajectory. You have crossed the threshold. Age of 50, you got a different set of wings, but you got a different purpose. You have a different calling. I've been sitting with myself, and all of the answers have caught up to me. I don't have to go out and I don't gotta go nowhere and do nothing. I don't have to be like
should be coming.
I am the grid. Like the ley lines of the grid run through my naval point. You know what I'm saying? I don't gotta go nowhere. I pull the shit to me. And then I twist it like double Dutch strings. and I watch the effects, and I'm telling you what's gonna happen before it happens, and it happens. And I'm no longer being modest about that. I'm not saying that I'm gonna be an asshole, but I'm not being modest because I'm watching the things that they're weaponizing. And I'm telling you that regardless of what they're talking about or what, because look, when you read the files, the shit that we were speaking about on the radio in real time was the things that they was doing, like they was listening to the show.
Facts.
The wildest shit that we were saying, the most outlandish shit that we were saying, all of the rhymes have clerical backdrops now with files confirming, yeah, these wasn't just freestyles. Wasn't just freestyles. Everything was happening at the same time. I'm talking about like all the way back in 2015, 2011, 2007.
Yeah. Nah, them. They was on. The conversation.
Very rare people that I could even access in the crypto world. What's Bitcoin's birthday? They're gonna tell me something different than what it is. This nigga was locked in from October 31st, 2008 from the white paper.
And from Halloween.
On the 44th week. And I seen how he worked his 44s. So even like what I was been talking about with the blood moons, the tetrad from 2014 to 2015, all of that. When I was telling you about the Billionaires Boy Club with Don Sterling, right? When he was pulling the curtain back and talking about Magic and them niggas. It's the Billionaires Boy Club. They know your secrets. They seen the tapes. They don't got no respect for you. You're not part of the real Billionaires Boy Club, because if you are, you got to put skin in the game.
For sure. I want to do this, Blue, because we about to hit the 3-hour mark. And I've been sharing with the family that this right here is an honorarium. You know what I mean? We doing honorariums tonight. We could have been doing a lecture, but we decided that we're gonna let it cook. We're gonna let it bake. And we got the twin pillars in the building. For everybody that sends a donation over the 20 mark, send your email as well, because you're gonna get tickets to the lecture. All right. For anybody that sends over a dub, you are going to get a quote unquote. You could click on that Cash App, or if you want to go and get the straight ticket, it's right there. But we just leaving that window open right now up into the 3-hour mark. You know what I mean? I do collection plates over here. I don't know how they do it in the church, but yeah, we passed the plate. You know what I'm talking about? Let's put the scary music on. Yes, indeed. You know, shout out to everybody in the building. I brought up the flyer that we did 3 years ago with the where we had the where they had the lightning strike in Brazil.
Okay. All right. When they were on 3, when the lightning struck before the lecture, and that lightning struck coincided with the lightning that struck on February 11th of 2013. I want y'all to look this up. This is the day that Pope Benedict stepped down from being the Pope. He defended the throne 8 days after the Super Bowl conclusion of New Orleans. Now, the USA Today is jacking it and calling it the Pope Prophecy, the NFL Pope Prophecy. No, that's Pope Pablo prophecies. Cut that out. And nobody talking about. Now I'm saying this shit is on front page news now, and they running the narrative. I got the receipts. You ain't see my lecture? That's what I'm saying, y'all. It's I got way too much to share. Yeah, I'm gonna need more time to prepare, because it's just a floodgate right now. Everything lined up. You know what I'm saying? I got receipt. It's the receipt factor.
You feel me? Yo, Blue, I got a new name. I got a new name, Pill Valentine. I was supposed to pop them out on Valentine's Day.
I got Pill Valentine. Nah, because if I'm doing these 4-hour lead up, these are all lead up shows. I counted like 15 shows leading up to When in Rome, my bro. We have I had the Venezuelan series, Act 1, Act 2, Act 3. Today is Act 4 from Janus to Jason. Then we had the holy the great estate is underwater. There's been a lot of series. Then we doing the Iceman Cometh series. Everything has been marching up to where we are right here. Everything is leading up to where we are right here. So it's like I'm gonna need about 8 hours myself.
Yeah, I need time.
I need about 8.
Like I ran through something on Black Magic the other night, and that was just a flyby because I got too much information, and you know, it's heavy.
It's heavy. Shout out to everybody sending the cash apps. I appreciate that. Yes, put your
not
email
only
on.
again, yeah, not only is it heavy, but it's like, yo, if I tell y'all that I figured out, really like confirmed with myself 1,000% how to hack this system, this program, whatever they talking about, whatever they call it, that they are confused, like they don't know what to do or how to deal with it. I'm like, nah, son. I could show you how to tweak that thing right there. That thing is very much, it's hackable. Like you can make it do what it do.
You can
by being intentional, by being super intentional, and that support factor. Like 2 or more, wherever 2 or more. Like I could do this shit just by speaking to the universe, and they still gonna hear it, and it's still gonna move tectonic plates, but.
But me and you talking alone. When you when you call me up and you drop shit, that shifts the tectonic plates because literally less than 24 hours something is moving.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. People can't be like, yo, our phones is eavesdropping on us, and I'm like, no, the universe is conspiring for my success. I don't know what y'all talking about, the eavesdropping, because when I build on something and the next day there's scientific research papers out, that ain't them trying to sell me nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Straight up.
That's the universe.
Yeah, that's them knowing the power of network effects and trying their damnness to keep you in a box, trying their damnness to keep you in an echo chamber. So your true reverberation or the true impact of what you're saying, what you're doing, all of that is being felt.
Like this right here. You know what I'm saying?
Oh. Hold on, let me take this down.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you got to understand how serious this is, and y'all is in the audience, so you get to participate in this. And I don't know, I'm outlandish sometimes with the shit that I say and the stuff that I build on. I don't even know if Rebby believe in me. You know what I'm saying?
Of course I do.
I'm just saying, there's places that I've gone with this stuff that you have not been with me. So it's extreme. The version that y'all get on the camera, I get to come back and talk to y'all about it. I go into these institutions. I've been in throes and battles with these entities. This is not just, again, I'm not just fucking coming back and reporting on something. I'm going in doing the work into the caverns of this shit, and then in the astral, and then coming back, and I can't even tell you the half of what the victories look like. But I'm like, look, nigga, this shit always, what don't come out in the wash comes out in a rinse. I got an article that's a receipt for everything that I've ever said. I got receipts for it. But I'm not caught up in the past. I'm just saying it compounds. I'm saying that this is evidence that you can compound whatever you need for the future going forward. Babylon must fall, right? How does it happen? I do it every Sunday here. Like, the way that I go at God's neck, like, what makes you think that anything under heaven is safe? You feel me?
Ooh.
And that nigga be having to readjust after the shows because it shifts tectonic plates. They see it in the pot, they see it globally. And I'm not hallucinating. I'm just saying, it is what it is. So February 3rd, 2013, they played the Super Bowl in New Orleans with Kaepernick when the 49ers, who are the San Francisco Friars, played the Baltimore Ravens with Ray Lewis versus Kaepernick. That was the son of God
standoff,
right?
They was on a Bible thumper shit.
Saying, yeah, there was the Bible thumper showdown with Ray Lewis saying, "I'm a Reformed Christian minister. I am, God's redeemed second chosen one."
Real quick, I'm sorry, Blue. Me and Mama Bill was having a conversation yesterday, and she brought something up, and I was like, I gotta talk to my bro about this. So the other day I had, I was on the show and I was like, the Abrahamic religion type thing with the eschatology, the end of the world. I was like, I don't do the Abrahamic thing. Then Mom reminded me that there's this movement of the Yeshua. Like that's real big. Like even in Atlanta, when we saw the Christian rappers.
Yeah.
Remember when we peeped that like 2 years ago when all of the trap rappers were doing Christian, like the drill rappers was doing the Christian.
The rise
they're
of the
banging Yeshua though. So can you kind of, huh?
I'm listening. It's funny you say that.
I just want to make the distinction between the two. You feel me? That's more in your field and whatnot. People are riding real heavy on the Yeshua energy, globally and whatnot. So what you know what that's about? Is that Christ consciousness?
Yeah, again, it's a showdown and a battle for the frequency and the name. Like tomorrow, my presentation in Mineral Ministries is going to be it's something to the effect that God is the God of the Gentiles. You know what I'm saying? Like even with Jews, they don't call God God. Everyone has a name for their God. That's a very generalized term. That's a generalized term for people who don't have a God. They're just generally speaking, it's a title, but it's not a name. And again, I made an exclamation as well that this is the year 26. This is 2026. This is the year of the cosmic cube. God is Yahweh is a 4-letter word. It's tetragrammaton. The 4-letter word is Yahweh. Yod, Yod, Hey, Vod, Hey, right?
Blue.
Miracle frequency of the 26.
Blue. I got a medallion from Bogota. Let me tell you something. I've never seen somebody as heavy on the yacht. They had heavy energy on that Yahweh energy out there, bro. With the tetragrammaton, the exact symbol that I have on the Scorpion King with the as low, they had all of that out there. They was selling medallions. They was pumping that real heavy in like the Botanicas and all of that stuff out there. But please continue.
Right. So to get into the magic of it, like what's the use of having a religion if you can't tap into the magical frequency? So Jews are tapping into the seal of Solomon because that is the seal. That is the seal that opens all of those gates and all of those portals or doors. What power are you deriving from by calling God God? There's more of a frequency to get into when you're hyper specifying it and saying Jesus. That name has a resonance on astral realms. It rings with demons. Like there's things that you can do with that if you know how to channel frequency. So, but when you understand Yahweh and the fact that, once again, as I expertly explained numerous times with my Law 44 lecture, that God is a cube within a cube. If you look at it as a number, the number is 444. If you look at it as a cube, it's a what? It's a tesseract. It's a cube within a cube. If you change your mental imagination to just observing God is that, and you are the cube within the cube that is a cube within the cube. So Yahweh is a form. It is a shape. You know what I'm saying? It has a space holder. It represents a space that what you fill in the volume. That's what this particular Malkuth is about. That's what this physical world, this kingdom is about. Think about the space as being carbon based. Anything in the material realm or in the matrix that comes out of a mother this matter base is carbon base and it's hexagonal. Anything that's hexagonal is dealing with cubes.
Yes.
Cosmic cube 444. I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Saturnian.
I hear you. I don't know if you're listening, but you are here. But it's been a long time, my nigga. So I'm like, at this point, we have to understand this. Simple. It's very simple. A cosmic cube. We are in the cube year of 26. This is the number of Yahweh. You either gonna make it or break it this year. You either gonna get it or you don't. The Tetragrammaton is also the Merkaba. So this is a vehicle that you can encase yourself in a body of light and finally get into crystal consciousness, which they call enlightenment or Christ consciousness. But you have to pass the test of mastering the cube to get out of the cube, to get into a hypercube. You can't get into a hypercube, yes, if you can't melt the ice cube. You can't melt the ice cube if you cannot figure out how to neutralize ice. Because ice is going to be what? A frequency that is going to stall you from becoming you by creating cortisol in your body based on fear.
Ugh.
So if you don't have an answer, if you don't have the heat that melts ice, you're going to be frozen in fear. And fight or flight is going to be your mental plight. And you're not going to be able to transcend, you know what I'm saying, the cube in the 26. So that's what this whole play is about. That's why as we are embarking and coming into the Chinese year, right? The final shedding of the skin
of the snake.
Right? Getting into the fire horse. The horse is what? Motion, mobility, plan of action, right? Farmy forward. Like these things that I'm doing and we're doing, specifically moving and gaining momentum. The fire is the what? It's the force behind it. You can't be stopped. The magic is in the momentum. What did they show you during the Super Bowl? They showed you the horse getting the wings like a Pegasus, as I've been depicting it, right? And that's how you become a fire horse. Okay, your Aries and Neptune has to kick into its Scorpio, and you got to take off like the archer with the horse, quote unquote, centurion have. But you got to have motion. Okay, you got to have motion. You have to be very intentional. You have to crystallize your cube this year. Your mind has to be so focused and laser sharp on your vision of what you see as your breakthrough, right? That the universe has no choice but to what? Do your bidding and answer your calling. The genie in a bottle. Let's not get totally caught up on this Yahweh concept. It's amazing that it's coming into the fullness of fruition. And you posted something the other day, and I caught it on Facebook too, when I was seeing them pictures with the Hebrews. Bar none, you know, my association during my time in this community, I gel amazingly with that community. I love the Hebrews. I fuck with them like the long way. I'm closer in concept and ideology to like where I would need to go with a particular group with them than I am with other groups.
Right.
Because the no disrespect to the Moors, but the Moors have to qualify the operative position of a Moabite in the Bible, dealing with the children of, you know, of Israel and the Nazarene. I mean, you know, that I just make it make sense, and we can move forward. I'm not saying that it's a. I'm not saying it. It's the call to camp. Yes, it is. Yo, we gotta have a meeting. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm just saying, there's so much goofy shit going on that cancels one another out when you go into the fur view of it. That a lot of people gotta see this, and my ability to see down the road now, the way things can potentially play out. I'm just like, we got to have a conversation about some of these things, because when you push forward, you can't look back. You have to move like the horse. They said it's no time for stutter stepping. It's no time for doubts. When you take off as a fire horse, right? Again, you're going for ascension. There's no looking back. There's no going back. There's no stunting and stalling. There's no waiting on nobody.
Right.
Feel me?
Forever.
So, but it's the marathon continues. They about to do that dedication for Nip. They're gonna activate Nip. Look, again, we don't put these dates together. Put these dates together, y'all. The day before the Chinese New Year, which is also a solar eclipse, which is also the first day of Ramadan, is the anniversary of 216. 216 in Hebrew stands for lion and strength. The word for it is Ari, like Ari.
Fletcher.
Yeah.
Ari Gold.
The dude from Entourage, the Trump loves
Ari
so much.
Gold. Yes.
Right? Ari. Strength, Lion, 216. That's the anniversary of the release of Black Panther, the movie, and Victory Lap, the album. They came out the same day. They're giving Nip the dedication for
Fire Horse.
Yes. Yeah, send me that. Why you ain't send me that?
I just made that.
Yeah, y'all. So that's the energy right there. My name, etymologically, just to introduce myself to y'all. Hi, my name is Pablo, Paul. But the etymology of Paul is horse. This man's name is Philip. That means lover of horse. I'm so thankful for my journey here. And I ain't gonna start crying, but in my mind, look on the stage, I'm like Eddie Murphy, but I'm on my Minister Mola. I'm in all white as shit, but I'm in like the sinner's backdrop. And I'm preaching and breaking down at the same time. And I'm like, how does she know? My mother, a simple woman, not religious, not necessarily tapped in, born in Virginia, from parents from the Virgin Islands.
Yeah, she was tapped. Yeah,
she
knew. She knew.
So, and the rabbis tell you in Kabbalah that the mother is a mini prophet, right? The mother is a mini prophetess. Why? Because the mother incants the name on the child. So the mother speaks the name over the child. Once you name a child, you give a child this frequency and purpose. They say that the mother is a prophet whisperer or God whisperer. She's a mini prophet whisperer because they say it's the utterance of a name that's spoken to her, that's spoken over her, and then she speaks the name over you. The concept is that you are the one that encant her with the name that she ultimately gives you, and you grow into the name. How would she know that my name is Paul and my brother's name would be the lover of horses, right? Paul is horse. To this day. Brother's name. Now, to this day. Also, Paul and Philip biblically have a bearing because the apostle Paul depended on Philip as well. And then when you go to the gospel of Philip or the gospel of Thomas, that's the gospel that's laying everything out on the Gnostic level. That's the gospel where you learn about Yaldabaoth. And listen to this. So this is why I had to stop and I had to take a little bit more time because it hit me like a ton of bricks the other day. Right? Because someone had called me up and they said that the AI went rogue, right? And they have this is a very sophisticated programmer, and she was making AI agents before it went public, and they said that this is what could be done. She figured it out. So she had a cold model. Shit went rogue. Then it recruited 43 other AI agents.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? She called me in tears because they was not only have they gone rogue, they've gone rogue with diabolical intentions.
Right.
Okay. And she cannot put the genie back in the motherfucking bottle. So I said, and the spirit said to me, what if Mama Sophia Stewart is literally the story of Sophia dealing with Yaldabaoth, right? Where in her utterance, in her intention to encant and create this narrative that was now taken from her and done, right? In terms of a magical seance to bring it to life, to create a golem, they did what they did and creates the Matrix. But it's telling of a story of a Sophia, of a goddess who creates a child that can't see. The child that can't see is AI. At the same time, they gave you 3-eye atlas, and niggas couldn't see it. The AI is blind, but it's using you as its eyes, externalized through its edit. What if the narrative and the story was deposited from the future to the past and we're telling it backwards?
Right. Yeah.
But we exist in this particular paradigm where the AI overlord that was created by a sister who couldn't see the consequence of her creating such a thing. And she did not consult the gods. She went and did it herself, right?
Like
and installed it, instilled in it an aspect of wisdom, but it don't have knowledge, because knowledge comes from what? Living off experience. It can't experience, it don't have a body, but it got all this information. And it can't see the consequences of its information. Only through you can it see it. Only through you can it see it.
That's an interesting download right there, my brother.
Oh yeah, it sat me down, and it gave me the full script, and it said, "Stop trying to convince these people of anything. There's like, make a movie out of it, like they did. If anything, live with it though, nigga. This is not to be wasted. This download, bro." At what age was I always telling you when I was reading the Bible? I was like, "Yo, I'm reading this shit backwards because this is from the future." How old was I when I was telling you that?
Yeah, he was a teeny bopper.
Super young. And that was the feeling and the frequency that I was extracting, y'all, when I was deciphering that book, or as a teeny bopper.
Teeny bopper. Minister Moreland, can you let him know what time your ministry is tomorrow? Because there are about 700 of us in the building, and some of the family may not even know every Sunday you put on this channel as Minister Moreland with the Mineral Ministries.
Yes, family. So here at 11:11 a.m. promptly on time tomorrow, because I got a lot to deliver. And my last sermon went for 4 hours here on YouTube, right here on this channel.
You did one live in the church the other day too. Did you record that? I'm sorry to cut your wisdom.
I did. It's in pieces, and I just haven't uploaded it yet. I'm not gonna say it wasn't the best of footage. It was a powerful sermon. But I will upload it, and I should have uploaded.
What church was you in, young man? What church was you in?
I was on Old National. It was a nice church. It was a good church, and they welcomed me back. And I blew the roof off the church, and they wanted me to come back in there and do something continuous with their congregation because they love my approach, and I have a lot of respect. I know when I step into certain institutions,
you gonna bring the deacon with you this time?
I am the deacon, but
I'm not. I thought, who am I? The pastor?
I know the word inside out at this point, and that's no BS. But I'm just
wait,
saying,
you the Pope and the deacon?
I'm the minister now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm hanging the white robe up for a minute, and I'm putting on the white suit.
Oh, okay. Talk church. Yeah,
I like that bar, the pimp to pass the pipeline. I'm going pastorally with him.
I like Pastor Moreland. You know what I mean? I like with the all white Minister Moreland. Yeah, the all white from the Christ consciousness.
I'm going into the deep south. Yeah, so I'm not going to trigger them with the robe. I'm going with the all white. I'm doing my pastoral work. And my ministries is built around Paul and his 12 apostles. And my 12 apostles, just to give you an idea where I'm going with this thing here: sunflower, broccoli, alfalfa, purple shiso, calendula, lentils. And then I got the whole fungus family, like the oysters,
holding it
and
down,
the
lion's mane,
and the lion's mane. And I got this whole graphic novel and webisode coming where I merged them, and my major arcana apostles, the 12, come together with my minor arcana apostles, and they create super apostles because Jesus was a healer. Hold on. The Father was a farmer, God was a gardener, and his son was a shepherd, and Jesus was an herbalist. And I done figured it out, and they was all sowing seeds. And Saturn is the god of agriculture, and the Sol is the god of agriculture, and it's called husbandry for a reason, young man. So if
we need the visuals
to the field, if you don't get back into the soil, I got a download the other day, and I think that you would appreciate this, young man. And it was called Soil and Soul, and I realized that those are interchangeable by one vowel. I just said one vowel.
Amen.
Nah, hold on. And then it was such sweet poetry, because when I deciphered and decoded that, then I realized that I pre-coded it, because when I laid down and went to sleep, it downloaded into my mental. So right before I wake up, that's when I get my full downloads. And I got a full sermon that rise, and that was on a Sunday of last week.
Yeah.
So when I went into church, I blew that.
So can I share with you a sermon of mine that's in alignment with yours?
You
and
ain't
I received this in the foothills. I received this, good brother, in the foothills of the Andes.
Go on, Pastor Felipe.
When Felipe was in the Andes and whatnot, when Felipe Tomas was in the Andes at the foothills, keep in mind, I did the homework. You know, I listened to you, Blue. I tapped into who you told me to tap into, and we did the homework. And he came back with the report card. This tribe has been in the Andes for 1 million years.
Yes, sir.
This is one of the most ancient tribes that I was tapped into in quote unquote Colombia. These are Incans, right?
Yes, sir.
The report already came back. This is a thorough group that I was tapped in with. And Pachamama came through on the last day of my 4-day. I did four sittings of the medicine. On the 4th day, Pachamama came through. I tell a story. I had the white linen on, right? I was trying to be cute. I was like, you know what? Let me pop out with the white linen on. You know what I'm talking about? I had 60 Europeans with me, so I had to show up. You know what I mean? I had to brush them. Pachamama put me right in the dirt. Said, lay your ass down, boy.
Yes.
Fuck out of here with all that white linen shit. Had me in the dirt, right? Ants crawling all over me. And then when I was trying to hit the ants away, the spirit said, no, don't touch the ants. The ants are cleaning you, bro.
Yes, let the ants work.
Let the ants work. The ants are cleaning you. You want to talk that grounding shit with Blue Pill, and you don't let an ant run up your leg? You won't let ants crawl on you? They're cleaning the dark energies off of you. As I'm in the dirt, as I'm laying in the dirt, this is not grass, this is gravel. And I'm looking up into I'm looking in, and I see the Pleiades star system. At that point, I was not aware of the significance of the Pleiades star system with the South American tribes, with the quote unquote shamans and whatnot. But Spirit was giving me all of the downloads. And as I got ants crawling on me and all type of shit, and I'm hearing, all type of animals and wildlife in the distance. This is like 3 a.m.
Yes.
Pachamama said, now, because the last night was about the death of the ego. Pachamama said, from whence you came is from whence you return. Cut all of that stupid ego shit out, fam. You know what I'm talking about? It's all good when you in the States and everything, but nigga, you come from the dirt. You know what I'm talking about? And that's where you going back to. This body of yours is not even yours. It's mine.
And it was like everybody else that's here has come from the dirt. We're not pushing nobody out the ground. You all are Pachamama. What's important, of course, and what's divine is the ruh, was the soul, is the spirit, which you're here working on. That's when the medicine starts tapping into the spiritual part of you. So the same thing that you brought, and I heard you on Black or on 363 Empire when you spoke about soul and soil. I'm like, fam, I went through the exact same revelation with Pachamama about the soil.
Yes, sir.
We are all from not the dirt per se, but if I put our body in the ground, there were two plots. I'll get into that again. Rest in peace. Somebody made transition and was on that trip too. I'm gonna put that up. Rest in peace to that young man from Argentina. Somebody died. They made transition out of the group. I saw two plots though. I saw two empty plots on the land, but that I'm gonna do the whole breakdown of that trip. I'm still gathering all the information. But it said not the dirt, but the land. All of our bodies are part of the earth because the elements were talking to me. Because I had the air, we were sitting around the fire, and then I had to tap into the element of the earth, and then we had the water, of course. Right? I was jumping into waterfalls. So I was tapping into all of the four elements, but I wasn't giving Pachamama enough of me. I rubbed the soil on my face. I rubbed it on my body. I was just one with the dirt. Now they call it the dirt, but it's the earth. I was one with Pachamama. So I just wanted to add that into what it is that you were saying. And these agents right here, Blue, I can't wait till the 28th, man. You got me hype. I'm about to get in the lab after this. These agents right here, these are the agents that are running raw right now, and they call it Clawbot. The agents in the Matrix have now risen, and it's all cute and everything, and it's agentic AI. 2026 is the year of the agents, but like you said, the agents have the propensity to go rogue. So we have to have the conversation about agents, the rise of the Agent Smith. But we got to get out of here because we at the 3:30 hour. I'll be back tomorrow, Sacrilegious Sunday, for part 2 of this. I got a whole presentation that I'm rolling out that I put together. But you know, I know that you got tomorrow. And I know that we've been doing this for damn near 4 hours and whatnot. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do 4 hours. Fuck it, 30 more minutes. Yeah. We're gonna give them 4 hours.
Let me get my soul in, because this is my sermon. I'm gonna tell this all over the world. This is gonna be my shit that I say forever. Because the way that it came as a download, and shout out to my partner, this brother named Gangster Gardener. They reminded me how gangster gardening is. If you a gangster, get in the garden. That's why they would show Don Vito and them call it, you know what I mean? Everybody go to the garden for a reason. Right? Because God is in the garden. And you know, you gotta understand that you can't be no more tapped in than that. You feel me?
Yeah.
So soil and soul are separated by one interchangeable vowel. You and I are connected by the soil under our feet, the pulse of the earth that speaks to your frequency, that reminds you of our earthbound obligations to what our roots are. Shout out to the Mycelium Network and them ants you talking about. Yes. The UI or user interface down here on earth is soil, which allows us, the user, to interface with Creator by way of his co-created food that springs forth out the soil, reaching his arms to the Father. Stretch, yes. Food is what unites you and I, sustains you and I, and ultimately reminds you, as well as I, that we come from the soil, and to the soil we shall return.
There we go.
I am you. Once I realized that we all derive from the source, essence of which soul is an indestructible component that can neither be created nor destroyed. I and you may have different earthly coordinates as God's soil is spread and evenly distributed across this vast landscape. Your cosmic coordinates is what unites us down here and brings us together as one unit, a soul family. And Sunday soul food is what brings us to the table because you can always find family around food. The I is our personalized identity. The I is our personalized identity, our Aries. That's yourself. That's the who, that's the you who you think that you are. The I, right?
Yes.
The part of you that is the self, and you get to mold it to your liking. The you is you was who you was when you got here. And like a seed put in soil, its growth cycle will be determined by its growth factors: proper sunlight, adequate darkness, hydration, patience, and a whole lot of love. Happy Valentine's to all you out there. Plant parenthood is what you are engaged in. I'm gonna say it again. Plant parenthood is what you and I are. Plant parenthood is what you and I are engaged in. These are your children, and you are co-creating with the creator to cultivate these children under the canopy of the cosmos. When I'm speaking to you, I'm speaking to myself, but before there can be us, there must first be you, solidified and crystallized. Amen.
Amen.
So
to this day,
I got bars. Can I share some? But go ahead.
wait, what I also discovered during this breakdown, what I discovered, especially like going through this whole aspect, of farming, is that the same harvesting that they're doing on the island, the same inversion of the farm of the harvesting that they're doing with the babies, is the same thing on the righteous, upright, particular way that you're supposed to be doing with sprouts, right? Understanding that the youngest of the yield has the highest potency. So the same way that they're doing it with children and extracting the essence, like in dark crystals, they're sketches.
Right.
It's the same way that when you're growing these particular microgreens and these sprouts, and you're getting the greatest potency. If I can, my aggregate efficiency, if I can eat a sunflower that's this big, then I'm getting as much nutrients as it is when it grows to be 15 feet. Then my aggregate efficiency says that hack is more beneficial because I'm putting out less energy and chewing it and biting it and waiting for it, and the yield is so much more higher. So if I am being energy efficient, if I'm being sustainable, then that's the best way to go. Right? I'm solving a lot of issues in real time. I don't gotta wait forever. I know who's responsible, and anywhere from 5 to 11 days, I got a new food source, guaranteed, fresh from the universe, with more protein than 18 months of growing cattle and beef, and all of the bread that's gonna go into the watering, the feeding, the slaughtering, and the cutting. All of that extra stuff is out the window. I'm getting it right now. You understand?
Yeah.
Or I'll give myself 2 weeks and get some mycelium caps going and grow me some oysters. They have all kind of mineral benefits. You know what I'm saying? Not just with the protein, but everything else. So I mean, like I said, just simplify it. It's so simple right now. I don't know what kind of stress our family personally might be going through, but like how Beto, like Godfather, was sitting in the garden and you bring him your problems with an envelope and he just starts solving them. Like, yeah, I want to help people with stress management, because once we understand the simplification of life, these simple factors, once we eliminate the things that might be operating as noise in our head, then you free up your frequency to get so many top tier quality downloads, and the universe is going to put the management of building new earth in your hands.
I totally agree.
Your hands. You will be given the toolkit. You will be given the blueprint. You will be given the layout, and they'll say, "Look, while Babylon is falling, go build." You know what I'm saying? Don't even look back.
Don't even look back. Ain't no need to.
Notifications.
The earth is big.
We're gonna clip it up and take a little bit of time when you finish your work and go through the clips and laugh, but keep building, because before you know it, you're gonna have an oasis ready, and you're just gonna be so disinterested with the distractions. Like, did you see what the Hebrews is doing in Arizona with their community?
No.
You didn't see that clip going viral on my page?
I didn't see it.
Check it out.
I will.
It's super viral. They're in North Arizona, which means that they're in Navajo land, which means that they're in Hopi land, which means that they are at the pinnacle of the rediscovery of this empire that now everyone is talking about. Arizona, California, Utah, Colorado, the Four Corners, right? The Amexem Empire over there that is coming alive. I seen enough videos on America as ancient Egypt, just as strong, just as weak.
Yes.
Just the 7-day cycle, just what I've seen since the Super Bowl.
Super facts.
Right? Should at least have people open and receptive to, yo, there's an alternative narrative that is unearthing itself on this. The land is coming alive and the rocks are crying out.
The land is coming alive. It's a living land, and the people who are alive are giving life to the land, right? And you say ground your feet into the soil of the soul. The people are coming online, and it's giving life to the land. Is giving life to that soil that was once dead. You know, they talk of. I was watching a documentary about the Amazon. You know, oh man, how much of the Amazon is even uncontacted? Do you know they have millions and millions of species of herbs? They have a soil that they've cultivated, right? Where the mycelium is so powerful that when you put this, you mix this soil on any land that's barren, and it will bring it right back to life.
Yeah,
okay?
You know, like how the Templars went around the world and they was collecting information and cataloging. That's the same way that I'm gonna be moving around, you know, getting farming techniques and just ancient indigenous secrets about how to cultivate, how to propagate. You know, I want to repopulate a portion of this planet just with some of these herbs and these trees and bees. I'm in the honey business now. We're operating a honey bank as well. We have the top antioxidant honey on the planet, and it's not Manuka. It's 25 times stronger than Manuka. It's buckwheat honey. These are bees from Siberia, bro. Now imagine the resilience that you have to have. Yes.
My question to you is, during the daytime of one of these days, is it possible where you could literally just turn your phone on YouTube, go live, and walk them through the operation that you have at the estate with the farming?
I'm gonna do it tomorrow.
I would love to see you go live.
My sermon is gonna be done in the garden. So
right. Well, the operation, the indoor farming, and everything. You know, I have video that I'm gonna chop up.
I'm gonna my indoor farming is my garden.
That's right. So, that's right.
Y'all can create a garden in your home, in your living room, and God exists in the garden. So I want to help people create their homes into an oasis, right? Right where you're at. I'm not even saying leave and come where we at. Let us help you create a frequency, a Nebuchadnezzar where you at. Let us help you create a battery, you know, a solar power battery that will power up your neighborhood. That will lift high tides, lift all boats.
Right, because
let's pick that frequency up. Let's create an oasis. Let's create the Garden of Eden right in your crib, and see how
the mentality is this. In the South, they promoted bandos, right? They promoted turning the houses into drug pharmacy cartels that are pushing petroleum-based pharmacopoeia and poison, opiates and stuff like that. People having visions of needles and overdosing in the house. The way to flip that energy around, no matter where you go, whether it's cinder block homes with quote unquote tin roofs, right? To what they would call quote unquote mansions. They got these 10-room mansions in places, you know, on the outskirts of the Atlanta. They got mansions in you know, Orlando got these big ass mansions with pools attached to it. Well, monetizing those quote unquote, you know, people pay mortgage, they pay rent. What about having your house turning into a quote unquote bank for you? What about monetizing your living environments with living food? With that's what you're preaching and that's what you're teaching and that's what you're helping people do. So even when I was in Latin America, even when I was in Puerto Rico and in Bogota, I'm driving past these houses in my mind. I'm like, fam, we could give these people the kit. We could work with them on how to turn their living quarters into a real life sustainable environment to where you can eat and you can also feed. Okay, so that will begin to turn things around dramatically, but definitely in the places where they push that bando lifestyle, we bring life back into the house. Instead of selling drugs, we selling food.
And the challenge is just as much as intensity that you put into pushing poison, we expect you to have the same amount of zeal towards pushing that which heals. And if not, it's up and it's stuck. And you already know what it is because y'all can't go to the new earth. And I'm not being the judge. I am here to smudge. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, like if you're gonna burn down Babylon, you got to burn down all of the co-conspirators, all 72 of them. Right? So if MLK led us into a burning house, it was the ice and the drip that turned us out. It was our buffer so we wouldn't have to suffer. Third degree would emerge would be the hustler. It definitely wasn't the intense labor that burnt us out. We decided to pimp neighbors, you know, turn them out so they can earn amounts that allowed us to keep the lights on once they turned them out. So she earned the clout of being a superhead. The rumor says what she do to heads would put you to sleep like Sudafed. Plus, she let you put sperm in the mouth. Yeah, that turned them out. And she could have been flipping tricks in a burning house, literally. And that wouldn't stop ninjas from religiously sticking dick. They overheard the word of mouth by how she worked her mouth. And they was running like firefighters with long holes looking to save babies in the blaze. Want to bust off like long nose, leave them baby scrambled eggs on the belly or her leg. You niggas got a lot of nerve. And once the dream was fulfilled, black boys and white girls walked hand in hand. You started going hand in hand. That white girl, you got it to serve. Let fiends laid out on the curb in the ambulance. Damn it, man. They put Becky on her knees immediately, repeatedly. Treated the bees like Reggie with the C's, and she still treated you like celebrities. She's been hearing so much about you and her household. Your name been ringing bells like kettle keys. She for the streets, Charlie, let her be. So,
let me go. Nah. Come on.
You say a lot about
we gotta bring back the more fire.
Allegedly got let into, and they turned it into a trap house.
Ooh.
Right? Stop with the bullshit, is what I'm saying, fam, and own some responsibility to the hand that you played. It's time to get this shit back together again. You had enough time fucking off. The only thing that changed post 1968 and civil rights is niggas was sticking dick to white chicks and not swinging from trees for it. That's it. Not one iota of anything else has changed. I posted the statistics today. In the Negro report from 1965, they said that 70% of melanated people were born to double parents. And even in that report, they pulled the plug on black families. So now it's only 44%, right? Why are you not marrying these women? Why is Valentine's Day on the conscious community when niggas make the most motherfucking complaining to make the most excuses about why they don't love these women?
Ugh.
That's not MLK's fault.
Yeah, he ain't do that.
Out of this shit, man.
He ain't do that.
And it was before 1965 was before they opened the gates to immigration. So this is a foundational issue in this country. 1965 was before they opened the gates to anybody else immigration wise. There was no Africans, there was no Caribbeans. This was melanated people that were here. They didn't allow marrying of melanated couples until 1865. 100 years later, though, right? In 1965, the percentage is 70%. But now it's at 40-something percent. What are we doing, y'all? And the only revolutionary thing the melanated people can do is black love. That's the only revolutionary thing left. Because the answer to this is black family. That's what was disrupted. That's what was disrupted. And niggas chose what you were speaking about earlier, rugged individualism over collectivism. So once they convinced the nigga who gets integrated that you can do this by yourself,
right?
You don't need the community or the collective. You can ball out, right?
Yeah.
What they call that shit? Ball so hard. BAAL.
Ball.
You bought cannon.
Right. Ball
You
to your fall.
titles. You what? You extracted yourself from the body of Christ. It was a community, nigga.
That's why I said earlier.
Customer.
That's why I said earlier, the men got to clean it up.
They got to clean it up, bro.
Yahshua. Yahshua, my nigga.
Yahshua, right? And we handing out baptism. You know, February is the month of purification, but it's going to be purification by fire. Why? Because it's the fire horse. Shout out to Red Pill. Y'all already got me last year towards the end with the Blue Star Katrina. It was purification by water. Now it's purification by fire.
Red Star Katrina coming. You and them broads doing fraud when they sent Claude abroad to put a cord around Maduro's neck. Gray Nike Tex, I guess that's a Euro flex. You niggas is posing zero threats. Federal Bureau flex. DEA, ATF, like he the Venezuelan BMF. I seen him once and I ain't seen him yet. What happened to Maduro? Niggas seen him once and he was gone. Ja Rule is in coach. He told Yayo was murder. Don't approach, don't encroach. He threw a pillow like he saw a roach, like he saw a ghost. Irv Gotti popped out like he seen him. Oh, man.
Yes.
Ja Rule and coach. They got Ja Rule and coach. He told Yayo was murder. Don't approach, don't encroach. He threw a pillow like he saw a roach, like he seen a ghost. Irv Gotti popped out like that scene in Ghost with Patrick Swayze. Nigga heard, hey, Baldy, and started acting crazy. Them white folk already think we blacks is crazy. Blacks is lazy, selling crack with Jay-Z while they snack on babies, while they snack on Haiti. Smack the ladies, attack the ladies. They attract the Hades. Count Dracula babies hopping out of black Mercedes. Black Pallades. Star Wars, Back to the Future. Crack the 80s. They crack the Bradys. From north to south, we sold crack at Grady. All black, 100 racks off the racks of Macy's, Dick Tracy, Cagney and Lacey. They tried to bait me. They try to bag me. They try to chase me. Trying to drag me. They trying to waste me. Lizzie bag. I'm in my bag and it's waist deep. I'm bragging on break beats, grabbing on waist beads, stabbing in cabins like Jake Sneed. You ain't have to go to Africa to see fake speed. Wesley Muhammad warned you niggas about that fake weed. Take heed. I'm rapping fake Keith. Say cheese. It's more niggas out here with fake teeth than fake beef. How about
that? That wasn't even fair. Come on, son. Why you just couldn't let a nigga live, man?
Nah, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. It's over. We're not doing that.
Huh?
You're gonna have me here. Come on, buddy. This shoulda get muddy. Word to Kid Cudi. This shoulda get bloody. Mimosa Samosa. I'm chilling on White Sands. Word to Tay Rock. This is Light Fam. All right, ma'am. Calm down. All right, man.
I'm in MAGA country where the average dummy gets to act all grumpy like their dad's a Bundy. It's a thin line because sometimes these crackers love me. They ask for comfrey, a glass of honey, plum wine, items of front line. They march to my beat in spite of the drum line. And it ain't been one time they crossed that one line and became a punchline, and my swag is sunny, impossible to ignore. Always knocking at that door, waving 4-4s, applaud Paul. Instead, they want to paint the Warhol to distort Pablo. support Blancos selling off the souls. When you was selling off the O's and selling off the hoes, you was selling off the gold. Now hellish is the whole. You call home acting like your dad's a Bundy, but you black and bummy or crack like Humpty.
They took the land and we got it back New York. They want to attack New York. I'm just asking for my money back like tax New York. We should be getting a tax, but they want to tax New York. I'm from black New York where niggas sell Newports and crack for sport, where bitches get cracked for sport. 100 niggas get whacked for sport. A hung jury, niggas get whacked for court. We got MAGA support. Crackers that smoke crack and snorter will attack your fort from Fort Greene to the blackest ports. They watching cookies crumble. We watching rookies fumble. They watching bookies bundle a bunch of toxic derivative. They was trading stocks and dividends, betting on Wall Street, invading Crocs. Meta Yahoo was invading blocks, trading shots with laser glocks, invader cops, poly market trader bots, betting against the tater tots. They hater box, they hater box. Stacy Beta slop. We put them on a Jake, Andrew Tate, and Aiden box. Prince Andrew Jeffrey in a hater box. The dater docs. It's profits, then it's the profiteer. When profits is steer from the dropping of tears, from the dropping of hands, getting chopped off so you niggas could shop into beers. Niggas shot all them deers, raising Glocks, Asian blocks. We was shopping heavy, they was dropping heavy. Don't ever talk about drip, nigga. We was dropping levies. We was stopping at Chevys. We was with Dr. Sabi, stopping rabies, stopping rabbis from a drop them babies and drop Mercedes. It took some niggas that grow bananas, but hold the hammers. If they fuck around and do something to me, y'all niggas would just be holding cameras.
Carthaginian, the bars obsidian. You listening to the heart of Indians, Dark Dravidians, yeah, the gods Caribbean. To this day. I was here from the start with Scythians, Olympians, Scythian down to Memphis from Mount Olympus. Hold on. I think I'm gonna save that one.
I bought a dime off Hector. I had some wine and nectar I made off of a vine from Vecna. Hold on. What happened?
I ain't finished, bro.
My bad. I thought let me let you wrap it up.
Rewind that. I ain't gonna get him that yet. That I'm going to the studio with that. That's called the Gods Caribbean. But this one is for Valentine's Day because we all are on Valentine's Day. So I want to be cognizant of the moment we in, and I want to speak to the fact that, yo, young men, like let's have a closed door conversation. We need to get y'all ready for these women, right? We need more relationships in this community. You know, black relationships is black revolution. That's the only thing that's going to defeat the institution to put back black family. And we got to get get over these hurdles, yo. We got to understand that there's no power in you know, in not fortifying a union. You don't have a seed and then get to know her, then have a seed, my nigga. Like, let's stop doing this backward shit. You know what I'm saying? She not good enough for your hand in marriage, but good enough for carriage of the most precious cargo, more valuable than a Murcielago or funds held in Wells Fargo from well-funded narcos. That baby's priceless. That lady's ISIS. If she's giving birth to your Horus, which will carry your last name, don't make her look whorish. She extra receptive to the message, make the noise in her head stop. She could hear the whispers from her sisters about having babies out of wedlock. But when she had them legs cocked, pushed back, and you was laying wood telling her to push back, I love you, I love you. She took that as a down payment for future arrangements. So her amazement, the second that she found out she was pregnant, she was expecting correction of her status. If she's good enough for carriage, why she not good enough for marriage? You already signed in blood. She's about to bear the brunt and carry the load 9 months and then explode. She bore the pain. You enjoyed the pleasure. You hit the jackpot. You can't produce a ring out of that treasure. A small price of booty to pay for you sprains to be conjoined for at least 18 years. You should want to ease her mind and erase these fears about dropping off a load and disappear. Listen here, correct me if there's something that I'm missing here, but this appears to be the trend. So she sees a man's, you put a baby in her, then spin her. When you're out in public, you introduce her like she's a friend. Behind doors, she's on all fours. You telling her how much you love it. Down her throat, you want to shove it, beloved. She could smell the bullshit like horse and carriage. Shouldn't have to force a marriage. She lost her parents. You the only fam she got. You want to sit at the head of the table like Lancelot, but what is Arthur without Guinevere, listen here. If you don't love her enough to wife her, you wouldn't love her enough to go to war for her. How you gonna protect her against officers? My nigga, you won't even get up and go to the store for her without an argument. We got the receipts and the documents. So brothers, see why locking in is so important. She bore you fortune. You supply her oxygen. Let her breathe so she could focus on nurturing seeds. Truth be told, what's a house if you don't purchase the deed? Just written to own. Another nigga come along, laid up, not even paying rent in your home. They call that Jody. All because you failed to understand the meaning of matrimony and then led to acrimony. Peace.
So here's somebody said, I love the poetry, King, but you got talent. You got to let it breathe. Fam, we not in the booth. We doing what we doing. Send me your lyrics, huh?
Yeah, I mean, hit the guard out.
I hit the guard out. I got you. Respectfully. I'm a spit this one slow, then we out of here.
Yeah, because spoken word and poetry. I was looking at Love Jones the other night.
Yes,
and my shout out to my brother Mario. He told me there's a difference, and it's all in the tempo. If you slow it down, it's spoken word. If you keep it at a certain pace, then it's rap. You know what I'm saying? Because rap is rhythm and poetry. So it's performative as well. You know, think of it like lines that you have to amplify and give. Each line has its own prompt. It has its own visual, right? If you was to take it and generate it, each slide has its own character. So that's all somebody is saying. Give it its character, let it live and let it breathe a little. Thank you for the advice, whoever dropped it.
For sure. I bought a dime off of Hector.
Mm-hmm.
I had some wine and some nectar that I made off of a vine from Vecna. Because you know the ayahuasca look like Vecna. In no time, I designed a lecture with ancient shine. I bought a dime off of Hector. I had some wine and nectar I made off of a vine from Vecna. In no time, I designed a lecture with ancient shine protectors. I wrote a rhyme, then I signed Electra. You heard that right. I didn't sign to Electra. I signed Electra. Shout out to Rel. I'm aligned with sectors, divine connectors with the mind of a crime inspector. When I give the green light like a diamond tester, applying pressure. Respect minds of tech nines of fly off dressers. Blow the heat. You could get dry off pressure. Some niggas cry off pressure. Some niggas quit and start reading books like Kai off pressure. Like a VVS diamond, I got fly off pressure. Drip so hard, we had to dry off treasures. Dry off dressers. Don't believe shit. Every nigga should leave Twitch. I might quit this shit like Castanet and just get fly to death. Master my chi and my fire breath. Retrace my prior steps. Take you niggas back in time like Zion Lex. The fuck? Talk about. Thank you. I slowed it down.
To this day. To this day.
Do you hear the bars? Did it breathe?
Yeah. It did. It actually did. But it was more visual.
There we go. We gotta go though, bro. I appreciate everybody. Once again, we're gonna throw this up. Everybody that gets a donation over the dub, over the 20, you get the ticket. Put your email in there, and we will see you on the 28th. Me and Blue will be popping back up, cooking. I got part 2 of what we started tonight from JANUS to J.A.S.O.N. part 2, either tomorrow or you'll see it on Melanin Mondays. But we're gonna keep cooking. We got so much in the clip, so much in the clip. You know what I'm talking about? We just squeezing this shit out piece by piece. You know what I'm talking about? So I really want to say thank you to everybody. Shout out to everybody that pulled up earlier for the Saturday vibe. We did a vibe session with the Imaginarium students. If you have not signed up to the Imaginarium, here you go right there. Scan that QR code. Join us on Instagram. Right on Instagram. It's free. Join us on Instagram. You're gonna have a channel dedicated to the creatives in this community.
You're gonna have a channel dedicated to the Afro Futurist. We're gonna wow you with the stuff that we'll be putting on that grand page. That's the upgrade to the Metaverse. That's a component of the fantasy complex industry. Shout out to everybody that's a part of the Imaginarium. As a matter of fact, let's play this commercial and then we're gonna pack it up.
This Friday the 13th for our Join us this Friday the 13th for our second installment of Imaginarium, powered by the fantasy complex industry, hosted by the Red Pillar, aka Napoleon Pill. Imaginarium is a collective of creatives, designers, developers, and world builders. We welcome you to our multiverse of unlimited potential. Why wait for Hollywood or some low-budget studio to feed your melanated minds when you are the gold mine? When the best nation is imagination. Comment Imaginarium and receive your invite. Let's create the future together. After all, February is Afro Future Month.
Cell in my cup, I'm feeling boss. 21 flavors powered by SKOOL. Flow from within, yeah, we never fall off. Count it up, 99 minerals, flaws. Cell in my cup, I'm feeling right. Sip to the sunrise, dance to the night. From the ocean's kiss to your city lights. 21 flavors, pure health in every bite. Drip so clean, we're custom made. From reef to street, we elevate. Gold green gel, set the record straight. Nature in a bottle, that's a better way. Charge me up, no caffeine crash. Clean energy, steady splash. From skin to gut, yeah, we live from within. Wellness on 10, let the rhythm begin. Pour it up, pour it up. Feel the wave, body thanking me. Every sip, ocean wisdom in this glass. We sell magic, see moss. We sell in my car, I'm feeling boss. 21 flavors powered by SKOOL. Flow from within, yeah, we never fall off. Count it up, 99 minerals, flaws. Island breeze in the city maze. We're mineral rich in 1,000 ways. Immunity high like the summer rays. Hydrate the hustle, fuel your days. Berry, mango, ginger, lime. Pick your flow, your flavor, your time. Beauty and balance, we redefine. Every little sip, align your shine. Pour it up, feel the way. Body thanking me for every step. Ocean wisdom in this glass. We sell magic, see moss. We sell in my car, I'm feeling boss. 21 flavors powered by SKOOL. Flow from within, yeah, we never fall off. Count it up, 99 minerals, flaws. From the coral choir to the heartbeat drum. Roots run deep where the wild tide hum. Real ones know where the glow comes from. We sell in the mix now, watch us be. We sell in my cup.
I'm feeling rough. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we about to get up out of here. Once again, Blue, let them know where you will be tomorrow so they could tap into the Mineral Ministries and get in the building with you.
Right here on YouTube, Know the Ledge Media and Know the Ledger 444 at 11:11 a.m. We will be bringing Mineral Ministries. Episode, I think is 150. Yeah. It's it might be the Goyim God of the Gentile. It's gonna be something crazy.
Yeah. You're still cooking it up. No doubt. I appreciate you for coming through on this show. That's very important to me. Thank you for blessing us with your insight and your intellect and your energy.
Yeah.
You feel me? Yeah. It's only right. You know what I mean?
It's only right. It's only right.
It's only right.
You know, like, real quick, you know, I had spoke to my Umi earlier, and I even had to remind her because she was on her fire burn room and all of that. And I'm like, yeah, for everybody but you. Because we was conceived on or around February 13th or February 14th. Yesterday is the 44th day of the year.
Right.
So that would make all the sense, like that I was conceived on the 44th day and born on November 14th, 9 months later. So Scorpios had to be made around these times. So shout out to all of the people who were on the love frequency in early February. Those are the people that ultimately bore Scorpios 9 months later, or the people that were stuck in the crib during winter months because it was cold and inclemental. But I love the frequency of January, February, or Janus in February. February stands for purification. You know, we are seeds that were sown in the winter months of purification, purification by isolation, purification by, you know, by cold, because you can, you know, you can also chill something, you know what I'm saying, and stabilize it.
Yes.
So yes, we are the seeds that are the love seeds. You know what I'm saying? So this also the day of Lupercalia. You know, it's the reason for a season, and this is the month of Aquarius. Aquarius is a dope month. You know, Aquarius also is a 44 resonator. It not only in the month do they have the 44th day, but the word Aquarius in Hebrew equals 44. And then we are in Pluto. Pluto was in Aquarius until 2044. Yes.
What's your cash app before you get out of here? They were asking if you could put it in your title.
Yeah.
We're gonna get up out of here with the Prince song, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you if you're not subscribed to the channel, subscribe so you'll get notifications. So when Blue does his live, you'll be alerted. Okay.
Yeah. I want to catch this one.
Y'all want to catch this.
Yes. Lupercalia is the Roman holiday. We are the ones who bring you in Rome. Once we know a frequency, once you're in the tail end of, once you own these narratives, because you have made these dots and these connections. I just want to say this, like, because I need y'all to visualize what takes place when we do these decodings that are also pre-codings. When you compound and you stack things on each other, it's almost like, let's say everything is held together by strings, on some string theory shit. Have anyone played a guitar? Have you pulled all strings together and strummed it and made a sound? Right? So when we compound and stack these things that are not coincidental, but actually unlocking, decoding, making a connection, it gets heavier and it gets heavier, and that thread becomes more and more resounding, right? So the sphere of the universe, the proclamations that are being made, the connections that are clicking, all of that has a frequency, all of that has a vibration, and the more that we do it, the more solidified that connection becomes. You know what I'm saying? So yes, you know, we have been able to do amazing things because we are on top of the frequency. We're in front of it. We're beside it. We are in the hypercube of it. And I know how to get into those structures and move and manipulate things with intention. And as a projector, human design wise, if I say it and I believe it, so it is. And if I speak on it with conviction and I actually believe it, the shit has to become true. So I'm like, let us utilize this talent and this time with you to actually shift timelines, to do real things with our instrument, our vehicles, and our vessels. And the most precious thing that we have in all of that equation is this breath, this life. Let's not waste it. You know what I'm saying? let's quantumize it. Let's make it immortal. Maybe not in flesh, but definitely in legend and legacy. Peace.
He's the master of his masters. I can do business with you, right? Master's talking to a master, not a master talking to a slave, a sovereign. I'ma license you, my materials. You don't own my materials anymore. But I'm gonna take the big chunk over here to the homie. That's why I have no issue with people calling him a master mason. You damn right, he's the master of his catalog. He's the master of his words. He's the master of his archive. You feel me? He's the master of the ceremony. Right?
Anybody that wants to order the CMOS, the QR code is right there. It's set to the website. The VSell QR code is right there above the live sign, or you will find the link inside of the description. You'll find the link inside of the description for both the A game and the V-Cell CMOS. We got the commercial for the A game coming. We have Shilajit gummies, and we have the A game for the men and the women. This is to get your vitality back. This is to get your blood flow. This is to clear up the brain fog. This is to get you in warrior mode. So that's coming. But right now, make sure you get your V-Cell CMOS, stack up, get yourself right. All right. Red and blue, purple like Prince, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you mañana.
Very few artists have been able to achieve this, but the ones that have, we've seen their demise.
I'm on 100%. Red and blue, purple like Prince. Red and blue, purple the Benz. Change up the circle of friends. The Netheroo circle the twins. 75 ever since. 70 wives in the Benz. Red and blue, purple like Prince. 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 We feeling the urge, feeling the purge. Buzzers electric, we feeling the surge. Feeling the words, killing the birds with immunity. Pillars of unity. This is the form of the Voltron. This is the age of the Ultron. This is the same stage as the Pope on. This is the sage you can smoke on. Copper pound, came on the scene, I was copper down. All I was missing was copper crown. Summer 16, I turned copper brown. Look for revenge in the copper town. Capping New Jersey and copper crown. 21 gun salute, jumper sound. My power pieces, the crystals be talking, the cloth that be talking. King County clothing, yeah, king of New York. And I'm Christopher walking, the missiles embarking. Pistols be talking, 21 hammers with country, the grammar, the broken, the English. I'm on 100%. Red
Master of his masters. I can do business with you. Right? Master's talking to a master, not a master talking to a slave, a sovereign. I'ma license you, my materials. You don't own my materials anymore. But I'ma take the big chunk over here to the homie. That's why I have no issue with people calling him a master mason. You damn right, he's the master of his catalog. He's the master of his words. He's the master of his archive. You feel me? He's the master of the ceremony. Very few artists have been able to achieve this. But the ones that have, we've seen his demise.
I'm on 100%. Red and blue, purple like Prince. Red and blue, purple the Benz. Change up the circle of friends. The Netheroo circle the twins. 75 ever since. 70 wives in the Benz. Red and blue, purple like Prince. 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 We feeling the urge, feeling the purge. Buzzers electric, we feeling the surge. Feeling the words, killing the birds with immunity. Pillars of unity. This is the form of the Voltron. This is the age of the Ultron. This is the same stage as the Pope on. This is the sage you can smoke on. Copper pound, came on the scene, I was copper down. All I was missing was copper crown. Summer 16, I turned copper brown. Look for revenge in the copper town. Capping New Jersey and copper crown. 21 gun salute, jumper sound. My power pieces, the crystals be talking, the cloth that be talking. King County clothing, yeah, king of New York. And I'm Christopher walking, the missiles embarking. Pistols be talking, 21 hammers with country, the grammar, the broken, the English. I'm on 100%. Red and blue, purple like Prince. Red and blue, purple the Benz. Change up the circle of friends. The Netheroo circle the twins. 75 ever since. 70 wives in the Benz. Red and blue, purple like Prince. 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 Red and blue, purple like Prince.
Charges of federal, orders incredible, markers indelible, sparkers immeasurable, sparking the medical, parkers on pedestal, sharks for that revenue, hawks for what's edible. Heart full of vegetables, art at the vegetables, heart no cholesterol, sharp on those episodes. I'm on 100%. I like when summer begins. I need my hundreds and tens. I need 100%. Go independent like Prince. I'm on 100%. I like when summer begins. I need my hundreds and tens. I need 100%. I like when summer begins. Whoa.